Good morning to everyone in present here and in online. Warm greetings to all participants of the 2024 Balti Museoloogiakool. Since it is the 20th year, we can all celebrate this event as if it were a birthday of our own inner museologist. The Museoloogiakool has traditionally started with an opening conference, which gives an opportunity to engage for all those interested about the new initiatives, developments, and practical experiences in our neighboring museums. As this event is as consistent as museum profession and professionals, we have created a very strong network of colleagues and knowledge during these 20 years. And today we will focus on the pragmatical side of sustainability, as the drive for museums to be more environmentally sustainable has never been more prominent. To date, we have developed green and sustainable exhibition management, conscious waste recycling in museums. We adapt green energy solutions in museum buildings. The time has come to recap the previous progress and switch focus into sustainable collection and conservation management. My name is Jaanika Turu, and I'm the former museum conservator. At the moment, I'm the head of the museum department at the National Heritage Board of Estonia, and today I have the honor to be the hostess of our conference here in unique Saaremaa Museum. I thank my team, Marju and Signe, who have given their heart to make this event a success, and I wish all participants a smooth conference day and lots of fresh green thoughts. Without further ado, I give floor to Mr. Märt Volmer. He is the Undersecretary for Cultural Heritage at the Ministry of Culture of Estonia. Märt is participating online. Welcome, Märt.
Sorry not to be able to be there in beautiful Kuressaare. I'm actually in Tartu, a university city, dealing with another important topic, which is our libraries and library systems. But still nice to be virtually present with you, and really pleasure to welcome you to the Baltic Museoloogiakool, and this is a great opening session. I believe this is 20th edition of this unique and inspiring event, so it's already quite a tradition for museum professionals. And I think the beginning of this summer school was in Sigulda, Latvia, in 2004 already. So BMS has really been the place to discuss the role of museums, to see how the world is changing, how the museums should change, to develop the professional knowledge, combining theory, experience. That's great that you are all there. And of course, any sector is impacted by the changing environment. Is it climate? Is it other factors? So are the museums, inevitably. So the responsibility to act more sustainably, to serve the interest, to go with the time is definitely there for museums also. And I think this year, when the conservators and collection managers were united to participate, is exactly to dedicate and expertise how to continue this important work for future generations, and exactly those professionals are those who know how to do it in the real life. So I'll also take this opportunity to thank our colleagues from Latvia and Lithuania, also ministers for culture, for their contribution and collaboration. throughout this 20 years of the summer school project. Also, National Heritage Board of Estonia, thank you very much for keeping up the good organization work from Estonian side. I'm not there, but I'm sure it all works very nicely in Saaremaa. So the Baltic Museoloogiakool has always been a place where the new ideas are born, where people meet, collaborative relationships are strengthened, so get friends, get new colleagues, get to know people, engaging discussions, I hope interesting lectures, and I'm sure that the pleasant company is guaranteed there in Kuressaare where you are. I hope it inspires you, provides new knowledge, new skills, new friends, new networks. So once more, welcome to the Baltic Museology School, summer school, and have a fruitful week. And I would like to be there, but unfortunately, Tartu is also a nice place. But thank you very much and keep it going.
Thank you, Mart, for your kind words and encouragement. Now it's my great pleasure to give the floor to our main lecturer, Ms. Lorraine Finch. She's an expert in conservation of sound, photo, film, and archival materials. She also runs the training and mentoring company, LFCP, which contributes to climate and environmental awareness in the cultural heritage sector. Lorraine is a sustainability leader who promotes cultural heritage sustainability internationally by attending conferences, leading workshops and trainings, publishing books and articles, and collaborating with field leaders. She is the founder and chair of the Institute for Conservation Sustainability Network. Lorraine is the director of the Climate Museum in England. Please, Lorraine, the floor is yours.
So good morning, everyone, and I'll start by saying thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to be with you for this whole week. I'm very much looking forward to it, and I hope you are too. And I'd also like to say welcome to you all, and also welcome to everybody who's joining us online. So to give you a brief introduction to who I am, Lorraine Finch, I am an accredited conservator. I trained at Camberwell College of Arts, and I have a master's degree in conservation. At Camberwell, it specialises in paper conservation, and after I graduated, and also whilst I was at Camberwell, I specialised in archives conservation. And then when I left Camberwell, I started at the University of Southampton, where I spent 4.5 years working on the letters of the first Duke of Wellington. During that time, I started to specialise in photographic conservation, and then I moved from Southampton University to the Shakespeare Birthplace Trust. And I was the only conservator there. Had 8 strong rooms full of stuff, 3 departments, so it was museums, the archives, and the libraries. And if you know about photographic material, you will be asked to look at their film and sound because they share base material. So that's when I started to move into film and sound as well. And after that, I left and went to the National Army Museum. After I left the National Army Museum, I set up my own business in 2003 called LFCP, where I offered conservation and preservation services mainly to institutions rather than individuals. And I spent many years doing that, but I always felt this pull back to my first love, which was the environment and environmental conservation. I came into the world a conservationist rather than a conservator. And to the point where my first degree was supposed to be BSc, a science degree, so I was supposed to be doing environmental sciences at university, but I changed during my first week and did an arts degree, which is why I went down the route of conservation. So I always felt this pull back to my roots. The pandemic period, which was terrible for all of us, also had some silver linings to it. So during that time, it allowed me to step back and think about what I was doing with my life, my career, my business. And so at that point, I thought, okay, I'm going to combine my first love of environmental conservation with heritage conservation. And so that's when I started to really move into the area of sustainability. So my business, as I've said earlier, LFCP, now specializes in sustainability and cultural heritage and is on the mission of accelerating climate and environmental action in cultural heritage through knowledge sharing and resource creation and research. So this whole week is one of those actions. This is the knowledge sharing. And maybe by the end of it, we will also have created some resources as well. So that's an introduction to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you some context first, and I'm going to start by looking at the history of the Earth in a year. So this is why I have this rather intriguing slide up for you. So on January the 1st, at 1 minute past midnight, the Earth appears. And then on February the 25th, life appears, and this is the life. Then on November the 20th, we get fish. Then on December the 13th, we get mammals. And then on December the 20th, flowers. And on December the 30th, at 11:36, you get us, we appear. And on December the 30th, at 11:59 p.m., we have the Industrial Revolution. And in 1 minute, we have changed this to this, this to this, and this to this. So I want to start, as I say, by setting the scene, and it's not a comfortable scene. I know that you know all of this, you probably know, and I'm assuming that you know, but I don't know how much you know, and I don't know how crisp and profound that your knowledge is. So, in 2023, Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, stated, "The era of global warming has ended, and the era of global boiling has arrived." Now, these are the climate stripes, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with, and they show you temperature changes from around about 1850 through to the present day. As you can see, the Earth has become warmer and warmer and warmer. And we talk about the Earth, but let's not forget we also have an issue with the oceans warming. The oceans are great carbon dioxide sinks, and as soon as they warm and get to a certain level of warming, the carbon dioxide that they're holding is going to be released into the atmosphere. This is one of the tipping points that you'll be hearing about or may have heard about. The IPCC, so that's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, they wrote a report in 2023, their AR6 report, which summarizes the scientific data on climate change and global temperature rises, fossil fuel emissions, and the impact of the climate crisis. And it concluded, there is a rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all. So the viability of us living within the planetary boundaries rests on the actions we take in the next 7 years. So this is the AR6 synthesis report, and some of the main findings of the report are that greenhouse gas emissions will lead to increasing global warming in the near term, and it is likely that we will reach 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming between 2030 and 2035. Losses and damages will disproportionately affect the poorest and most vulnerable populations, particularly those in Africa and least developed nations, creating more poverty. Tracked climate finance for mitigation falls short of the levels needed to limit global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius or to 1.5 degrees Celsius across all regions and sectors. And public and private finance for fossil fuel flows are greater than those for adaptation and mitigation. So adaptation is what we need to do in order to adapt to our climate change. So for a museum, that might be making the gutters bigger so that when we have the extreme weather events, that water is taken away from the building and doesn't actually come in through the walls. It might be actually maintaining the gutters on a more regular basis to make sure that they're clean and the water flows away. So that's adaptation. It's adapting our buildings and our lifestyles to the differences that climate change is going to bring. And mitigation is what we can do to actually try and stop the emissions, to reduce the emissions that we are producing. And it is a dire state of affairs, and very sad that more money is going to fossil fuel companies than is actually going to mitigation to stop these emissions and also adaptation. Another thing from the AR6 report is that human-caused climate change is already affecting many weather and climate extremes in every region across the globe, with widespread loss and damage to both nature and people. We are currently on around 1.1 degrees Celsius of warming, and current climate policies are projected to increase global warming by 3.2 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. And when I talk about increases, we're talking about looking back to that climate strikes, we're talking about increases on pre-industrial levels, so from the point we started to pump out loads of these greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. The last 4 months have been the hottest on record. We have crossed the 1.5 degrees Celsius boundary across these last 4 months. We have not yet broken the Paris Agreement, but Antonio Guterres stated last week that we are on course to do that within the next 5 years. We are actually going to breach the Paris Agreement, which is to keep heating below 1.5 degrees Celsius. The actual limit is 2, but the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius is quite noticeable. So, like I said, we are on course between 3 and 6 degrees Celsius of warming. Now, that may not sound like a lot, but if you live in a city, a 3 degrees Celsius increase actually translates to 8 degrees Celsius, which means that it's not habitable. And this photograph is of the dried up riverbed of the Rhine in Dusseldorf in Germany in 2022 when we had that very hot summer. So you can see that climate change is already impacting, and the impacts that it's having on us on quite a regular basis. So what does all of this mean? So let me share this with you. So this is a map showing what happens if the world gets to 4 degrees Celsius. So the green areas are those areas where we will still be able to grow food. So think about what's happening at the moment, the current political struggles that we are having, where global power is going to shift, and the impact that this is going to have on global politics. Think about where that food is. We can't survive without food. Who's going to be holding the power? The yellow areas are uninhabitable, so that uninhabitable desert, and that's going to be most of Europe. The red areas are those areas which are going to be lost to the sea. So I live on the east coast of England. I live on the little bump. If you can see on the map, my home is gone. My home and about 30 to 40 miles inland, just gone. You can see Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, you're losing coastline as well. So there's going to be quite a lot of internal migration of people moving away from those areas that are going to be lost to the sea. So I mentioned migration. Not only do we have internal migration, we have external migration, because people will be moving from those uninhabitable areas to areas which can still support a population. So more than 6 million people were estimated to have been displaced from Ukraine because of the war. We have no idea what hundreds of millions of global refugees are going to look like. It's our whole idea of society completely undermined and completely gone. The Red Cross, their data estimates that currently, even now, more migrants are moving, more people are being displaced because of climate change than are being displaced due to war. We talk about the climate, but let's not forget we are in a dual crisis here. This is a climate crisis and a biodiversity crisis. We are losing nature. We cannot live without nature, so we are in a climate and environmental crisis. So to keep to the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit, emissions need to be reduced by 43% by 2030, so we have 6 years left compared to 2019 levels, and 60% by 2035. We do not have time to wait. There is no time to lose to keep the global average temperature below 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is the decisive decade to make this happen. We are not going to have this time again. Now, when we talk about 2030, we talk about 2035, we talk as if these numbers are, it has to be this date. There's movement there. When we talk about crossing 1.5, why we need to be at by 2030, it could be 2028. It could be 2022. It is likely to be earlier than 2030. So even though somebody says to you 2030 or 2035, that figure, that number, that date is not cast in stone. It is simply a convenient date to hang everything around. They are memorable dates. So don't think it's okay, we don't have to do anything until 2030. These things are probably coming for us earlier. So I want you to bear all of this, setting the scene in mind over the next week, for those of you who are here, and even for those of you who are not here, bear it in mind in everything that you are doing over this next week, the coming months and years. Do not forget this context that you have just seen. We need this dramatic transformation in our society and in our lifestyles. We need to change dramatically our lives and our workplaces. We need systemic change. We are in a climate emergency. We cannot continue with business as usual. We cannot continue to host exhibitions, welcome visitors, care for collections, and build buildings to house our collections as if the status quo of a stable climate with the same levels of rainfall, same temperatures, same weather will continue. It won't, and we know it isn't. We need to design and act for a different future. So I can understand that outlining this overview, what you might think of as the doom scenario, the seriousness and urgency of our situation is not the best way to motivate people to take change. Climate change up to now has been managed on the horribly mistaken assumption that if we tell people how bad it is, they will somehow wake up and take action. That is not the case. It can lead to one of three reactions. So the first is this. This is the rabbit in the headlights. So you tell people, this is what's coming for us. This is the bad situation. This is the climate and biodiversity, climate and environmental emergencies. And this is what they do. They don't know which way to turn. What's coming for them is so big, so overwhelming, so scary. They don't know which way to turn and they freeze. And therefore, they do nothing. Another reaction is this. It's the ostrich, bury your head in the sand. If I don't think about it, it's not happening. I can just carry on as normal. And this is another one. So this is what I like to call partying on the Titanic. So if we're all doomed, I don't need to do anything because we're all doomed. So nothing I do is going to make a difference. So I'm just going to carry on as normal. In fact, I'm actually going to buy the SUV that I've always wanted, that gas-guzzling vehicle. I'm going to travel around the world. I'm going to fly everywhere, see everything that I've wanted to see, buy everything that I wanted to buy, because you're telling me I'm doomed, and so therefore I'm just going to enjoy myself on the way out. So these are also known as the discourses of delay. So in terms of emissions, who is producing the most? So this is the annual emissions of carbon dioxide from the fossil fuel industry and fossil fuels and industry. So China is the biggest emitter at 26.4% of global greenhouse gas emissions, but let's not forget where most of our goods come from, which is China, so probably a lot of that footprint is up to us. And that's followed by the United States at 12.5%, India at 7.6%, and the European Union at 7.03%, of which Germany emits the most. In terms of China, that's 12 billion tonnes of CO2e per annum. The USA is 5 billion tonnes, with an adult at 16 tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions each. To compare that with Estonia, you have 14.4 million tonnes of CO2, and an adult produces 11.5 tonnes of CO2e per year. Lithuania is 19.3 of tonnes of CO2e per annum, and an adult's footprint is 7 tonnes of CO2e. and Latvia is 13.6 million tonnes of CO2e, and an adult's footprint is 6.3 tonnes of CO2e. What we are trying to do is each of us to have a 5-tonne footprint. I don't think there are many countries, apart from India, where the people individually have below a 5-tonne footprint. So this, as you can see, this is per capita emissions. So this is what I've just been through. I'll just let you digest that before I move on to the next slide. So I've been through all of this not to scare you, but to tell you that we need to highlight the need for action now. So I'm wanting to highlight the fact that we need to take action now. We no longer have time to talk. There's an awful lot of talking, but there's not a lot of action. So my mantra is stop talking and start doing. So Antonio Guterres, again, he stated it is outrageous and self-defeating to put climate change on the back burner. If anything, we need greater urgency and stronger action. We all need to appreciate that everything that we do, from getting up in the morning, from making our morning cup of coffee, to brushing our teeth, to the environmental control for our museums, having it as a comfortable temperature for you and your visitors, all of that is having an impact. Every action that you take to reduce your impact, regardless of how small it is going to make a difference. You can make a difference regardless of your role within the museum. There is an organization called Project Drawdown based in America, and they say every job is a climate job. Every job is a climate job. It doesn't matter if you're the director, you're front of house, you're the cleaner, you work in the restaurant, you're the curator, you're the conservator. It doesn't matter what your role is. Every job is a climate job. So, a little call for action to you there. If not you, who's going to do it? And if not now, when is it going to happen? So, as I say, we can do this. You can make a difference, but what can you do? Sorry, I'm just going to go back one. I've skipped ahead. So, what can you do? Like I said, we can make a difference. And instead of sitting there demoralised, I'm going to give you some examples. So think about the hole in the ozone layer. In the 1980s, the big environmental challenge, the big environmental cause for fear was the hole in the ozone layer. And there was terror about the skin cancer and the damages that this was going to cause to people. So globally, we came together and in 1989 signed the Montreal Agreement. So this is an international agreement that has helped to eliminate 99% of ozone-depleting chemicals such as the chlorofluorocarbons, the CFCs, that were used in solvents and refrigerants that were the cause of the ozone layer. So the hole in the Earth's ozone layer, as I said, once the most feared environmental peril facing humanity, is set to be completely healed over by most of the world within 2 decades. And at times it does actually now seal itself and then it reopens over the summertime period. So we are almost there. We have almost sorted that one out. So we can do it. Another example for you is acid rain. Acid rain was another problem. So we were burning mainly coal, which was releasing sulfur into the atmosphere, which was combining with rainwater to create sulfuric acid. Now, if you have an old building like the castle here, or you've got outdoor sculpture, what it was doing was dissolving the stone. So you had outdoor sculpture that was dissolving, you had historic buildings that were being damaged by acid rain. Last year, I attended the American Institute of Conservation's annual conference. We had a gentleman there speaking about acid rain, and he had plotted those areas with monuments and buildings that were being impacted by acid rain in the 80s and the 90s. He then looked at the Clean Air Acts that they had passed in the US, and he had plotted that against the damage that was now being caused to those same structures. And he could show that the damage was limited, that the steps that were being taken to address the cause of acid rain were actually making a difference. And as a result, things like outdoor sculpture, historic buildings were being protected. So 2 examples there of how we can come together and how we can solve this. So what can you do? Like I said, we have the collective power, so only 25% of the population in wealthier countries, that's 200 million people, needs to take action for change to happen. And as I said, we can do this. I've given you a couple of examples. So globally, the solutions are all out there to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So we have all of the solutions. So not only can we come together to do this, we have all of the solutions. So we have all of the solutions, so we can reduce greenhouse gases by 43% over the next 7 years because we have the power and the solutions to do this. We also have the money. So this is another thing that is always said, that on an international scale we don't have the money to do this, but as I said earlier, we are still giving more to fossil fuels than we are to mitigation and adaptation. And if we could shift that, we could do it. But we also have the money within governments. So 2% of global GDP, so gross domestic product, is required per year. Now that's 1.7 trillion US dollars, which sounds like a heck of a lot of money. But in 2008, the US government invested 3.5% of its GDP to avert the financial crisis. And in 2020, when the pandemic hit, 14% of global GDP was spent on COVID-19 measures. So it just goes to show you we can do it. The money is out there, we have the solutions, and we've done this before. As Cristina Figueres stated, the major challenge in front of us is not technical or financial. What's needed is more of a mindset shift, helping people to see that there is this wonderful future just around the corner and what part they play in it. And it isn't too late either. We can do this. Our greatest threat is apathy. So what we should be asking ourselves is, what future do we want, and what are we going to do to make that future a reality? This week is a call to arms. This week is this. It's a call to action. What are you doing? What are we doing? What can we do collectively to partner and join forces to take action? So, you can take ownership. As I said, every job is a climate job. So, rather than thinking this is up to somebody else, it's your job. You do something. It doesn't matter how small that is. Like I said, every action makes a difference. It could be switching the lights off when you leave the room. Take ownership. And by taking ownership, you show other people that action is possible, and you inspire and motivate them to take action, and you give them permission to take action. You can learn about the issues. So as it says here, the more informed you are, the more you can contribute. And this is exactly what you're doing here today and what we'll be doing for the rest of this week. You can speak up. So you can make recommendations to your museum managers, to your colleagues. You can ask for sustainability actions within your institution. And you can ask about what can we do to reduce the impact of our impact on the climate and the impact of climate change on our collections. And you can show leadership. And this is one of the most important things that you can do. Like I said, actually taking action, this signaling is key to action. Signaling is key to what we need in order to take action on climate change. It shows people that you care. It shows others that you care. It inspires others to take action. There probably is quite a lot of other people in your institution that want to take action, but is just waiting for somebody else to say, okay, give them permission, it's okay to do this. So show leadership. And this is what you are doing this week. This is why you are here. This is an act of leadership. And tell others. So spread the word in your institution and further. Speak to your visitors. Put up signage for your visitors. It doesn't have to be that scary stuff we started with. It can be very subtle. Tell them what you're doing around climate change. Tell them what actions you're taking around mitigation and adaptation. Share what you're doing with others in the sector. I was having a conversation on the way up here. Lots of institutions are taking action, but very few are good at sharing that within the sector. It's leading to a lot of people not knowing what to do, a lot of institutions not knowing what to do when somebody's already done it. And again, this is the conversation we were having on the way up here, on the walk up from the hotel. Tell people what hasn't worked. We share our successes. If we share anything, we share what works. But actually, we should also be sharing what hasn't worked so well, because as a conservator, I can tell you when a treatment goes wrong, you'll never do it that way again. And you learn from that. And it's not that it's a failure, it's that didn't work as well as I expected it to work. Next time I'll swap it and do it differently. You learn from these things. So share. Tell others what you are doing, or even what you're having trouble with and where you need help. The help is out there. Ask. So, our sessions. What are we going to be doing over the next week? So, here we are today. This is what we're doing this week, today, and this is what we're doing for the rest of the week. So tomorrow, we have our welcome introduction, and what we are going to be doing over the next 2 days, or for the rest of this week, is a comprehensive overview of sustainability in museums. So we're going to examine how you, your museum, and the museums sector can reduce its impact on the climate and the environment. We'll spend our time together looking at mitigation and adaptation. So basically looking at what we can do to reduce our emissions and how you can adapt your workplace and practices in the face of climate change. However, our focus will be on mitigation. We'll start by looking at the context of climate change, so a very brief 20-minute overview, so that we all start off on the same page with our understanding of climate change, the greenhouse gas effect, and the greenhouse gases. We're going to look at how climate change is affecting museums, so there'll be some actual examples there, some case studies of museums from the UK and the US and across Europe of how they're being impacted by climate change. And then we're going to look at what is sustainability. We're going to look at the Sustainable Development Goals and sustainability and cultural heritage. So the sustainability and cultural heritage is, again, it's full of case studies of actions that museums have taken globally in order to be sustainable. So it might be something very simple, it might be something a bit more complex, but we are going to have a lot of case studies. The whole week is going to be very practical. There's a lot of interaction, so it's not sitting and listening, it's you actually, it's a two-way exchange of information. I always say no one person is the fount of all knowledge. So the more we share, the more we speak up, like I said on the previous slide, tell others, show leadership, speak up, use your voice. The more we share, the more we all learn over this coming week. We're going to be looking at a lot of data. I'm a conservator, I like data. My background is also in the sciences, so I do like data, but I won't overload you with data. There's going to be a lot of information, instruction, and direction. And as I said, case studies, activities, and interaction. And as you already know, you have a roundtables on 2 days, and you've been sent the preparation work for those. So we have one on policy, and we have one on adaptation. We're going to be looking on Wednesday again at mitigation, but we're going to be looking at the definitions of mitigation. We're going to be looking at the blocks to taking action, and how, so those are the challenges. So things you might come up against in your institution, reasons why people say that you can't do this, or reasons why you think you can't do things. And then we're going to look at how you actually get started and take action. We have a group work activity after that, which is where I say we might end up creating a resource document. So we're going to look at tips and resources and things that you can do. And after that, we have a talk by Dr. David Thickett. He's prepared a talk for us. Dr. David Thickett is the Senior Heritage Scientist at English Heritage Trust, and he's produced a talk for us called Sustainability in Cultural Heritage. And then we have, in the afternoon, we're going to be watching a video presentation by Dr. Mari Davis from Historic Environment Scotland, looking at adaptations they have made around their historic buildings. So those are our two guest lecturers. And then in our last session together, we're going to discuss the tours. There'll be time to ask questions. I'm also going to ask you to produce each a 2-minute presentation. It might be 3 minutes. We'll see what the timing is like on the day. So a 2 to 3 minute presentation each on what you found out during the week. I've got a list of questions for you, so you'll get those list of questions that you can formulate your presentation around. So it's basically a series of lightning talks where you get to review the week. And then we'll close the summer school for 2024, your 20th anniversary, and you'll get your certificates. So through these practical exercises, these learning activities, group discussions, lectures, presentations, and visits, you will gain a sound understanding of sustainability, mitigation, and adaptation, and leave armed with tips, resources, inspiration, and motivation to guide your sustainability journey onwards. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome for your emotional yet so sobering and alarming presentation. I think it's the hardest part is to change the mindset of over-consuming. But as you said, more action. And they will follow. I think I'm an optimist, like you are. Do we have questions from the audience, please? Okay.
That's usually the way it's so sobering.
Yes, that's the reaction. Thank you, Lorraine.
Thank you very much.
Now it's time for our next speaker, Miss Reet Mägi. She's the head of Education and Exposition Department in Tartu University Natural History Museum. She's the leader of the Sustainability Working Group at the National Commission of ICOM in Estonia. And she has organized many sustainability joint seminars for our museum professionals. Reet, are you online?
Yes, I am.
The floor is yours.
Do you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we hear you. You can start.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to speak to you today and an honor to be here. I would like to be in Kuressaare, but we have a very intensive program of Tartu as capital of Europe, and our museum is participating and organizing the events. So my work tasks keep me in Tartu at the moment, but I'm happy to speak to you. I'm start sharing my slides. I hope it goes well. Didn't happen somehow. Let me see. Well, do you see the slides? Do you see my slides now?
Yeah.
Hello, I don't hear you.
Yes, we do.
Good. Okay. So I was already introduced, so I just proceed with the presentation. The first, what I wanted to share with you is museums are actually sustainable by the definition, because the new museum definition adopted in 2022 in Prague by ICOM gives an kind of explanation, description of an ideal museum, and it includes that museums foster sustainability. So we can know that we as museums should be sustainable institutions even by our definition as a museum. Well, I will talk about a little bit of the international context, but ICOM has been done as being sustainable for museums as institutions, And then I will talk about the Estonian Green Museum and the experiences of my own museum, the University of Tartu Natural History Museum, and the Botanical Garden. Our museum includes also the Botanical Garden. And I'm very happy to talk to you after Lorraine, who just gave a very good general picture and biodiversity crisis, and it was nice to hear that we as museums can make difference, and I totally agree, we can and should make a difference, and I will try to explain in more details what we actually have done and what we can done, and what kind of tools there are in Estonia to be able to make this difference. Well, just as a context, ICOM had a sustainability working group working since 2018, and now this working group has finished, but there is a new international committee on museums and sustainable development, SUSTAIN, founded in 2023. So everybody who's more interested, and I invite you to be interested, can join this international committee on this topic and get more information and develop the skills in this field. ICOM has also adopted some resolutions on the topic in 2019 in Kyoto. It has developed the action plan for sustainable development, and recently this year ICOM has launched an award for sustainable development practice in museums. And all museums, well, actually museums which are institutional members of ICOM, can apply for this award. And even if you do not apply, I encourage you to read and be informed about this, because this award is not meant just for excellent, just to give a prize for excellent museum, but is designed as a developing program and a process to develop the skills and share the practices between the museums, those who participate in this award process and generally as well. So it's a kind of development program actually. Well, but now let's go on with my presentation. I would like to share this picture. Museums have the voice it's a powerful voice that all the museums all around the world have. But to have this a powerful voice, to have this voice actually a power, we need to be sustainable ourselves as museums. So to make the difference, we need to speak up, but we need to have our own home in order, so to say, in very simple words. And this is what I will speak about: how to make difference in our own institutions, so that our voice is actually really powerful, that we're not just hypocritical with our voice. Well, in Estonia, we have created the Estonian Green Museum program in the purpose. It is an environmental system for museums, and it's the guide to museums' sustainable operation. It is a simple tool to assess and reduce environmental footprint in our museums. It is designed in a way that it is applicable to all kinds of museums, small and big, in any museums, in any fields of culture, art museums, natural history museums, and so on. In Estonia, the participation in this program is voluntary. Well, sort of voluntary. It is voluntary, but it is recommendable. But what I would like to say is that in Estonia, we have reached the point that to get the national funding from the Ministry of Culture, every museum needs to take some action to be sustainable. And this is one of the tools. So any museum can choose their own means, some other environmental systems, because it's only one of the environmental systems. There are many others as well. And so this is one of the options. Every museum who in Estonia needs and applies for state financing through the Ministry of Culture should do some action. And well, this is one of the options, which is available for our museums. The program is active. It is developed in cooperation with museums, and we will continue developing it in cooperation with museums. So it's not a finished thing. It's a flexible program. We see it like that. How did we reach to launch this program? I will later talk a little bit in detail what this program includes and what are the experiences behind this program in our museum. But first, how we reached this program. ICOM Estonia established a working group for sustainability in 2021, and we started to find the ways how to give museums the tools, how to share the information between our museums, and what to do. First, we were thinking of creating kind of questionnaire that would help to the museums to find where they are and what they can do. It was a simple questionnaire. But then we started to look around, and we saw that actually there are these tools already available. But which of them is suitable for our museums? In Estonia, there is, for example, there is Green School program, which is an international program, and what was very good for, if you think about the museums as educational institutions, but it didn't say a lot about museums operation as an institution. And then there are professional environmentals for museums, not for museums, but institutions such as, for example, the Green Office. But it didn't say a lot about museums as cultural institutions working with the audiences and educating our audiences through our educational programs and other communicative activities, such as, for example, exhibitions. So we saw the need to combine, to develop something especially for the Estonian museums. And we found a very good cooperation partner in Stockholm Environmental Institute in Tallinn and the Estonian Association of Environmental Management. So we cooperated with specialists and experts and developed the Estonian Green Museum program, which combined the programs that I already mentioned, but we made it appropriate for museums, for our activities in both as institutions, both as operating institutions, but as also working with our audiences, and also, for example, with collections. And we were able to launch this Green Museum program in February 2022, and the same year, the first certificate was issued to the Estonian Art Museum. By now, we have 7 labels issued, 7 certificates issued. The labels are issued by the Estonian Association of Environmental Management. So they also take care of the operation of this program. I think 7 museums is actually, well, not very good result, but I will explain later that it's not so bad actually. I wouldn't be negative in the saying after all. So what we did, we organized training seminars, and in parallel with the training seminars, we started, actually the Estonian Association of Environmental Management started to issue the labels. And now the process will go on and on. We'll continue with training seminars, and museums will continue to apply for the labels, and they are issued. So it will be the continuing process now. The training seminars covered all the areas of this criteria that we have in the Green Museum program. We had 6 seminars and 45 museums and other heritage institutions participating in these seminars. So this is actually quite a lot. So if there is only 7 museums which have now achieved the certificate, from the other side of this coin, so-called, there is 45 museum staff who has participated in the trainings. So I think it's a big difference. And in our training seminars, we have stressed that as this system is voluntary, it works on voluntary basis for museums. So the main goal is not actually to achieve the certificates or the labels. Of course, it's very good if they do, but the main goal is actually to share the information, to create the platform, to share the experiences, to improve in this stuff, in this field, to improve our being informed and our skills, and we will continue to do this. And the tool is in the hands of the museums. So every museum can use this system for themselves, and whether they apply for the certificate or not, the most important thing is that they know about the availability of this tool in their hands, and they can use it for their museum and for their audiences and for the general good. We are very thankful to the National Heritage Board and Cultural Endowment of Estonia, who have financially supported and morally supported all this process of training seminars, and I hope this support will continue. And now about this program. These are the fields of criteria that the program includes. I will later pick up some of these fields of criteria and reflect on the experiences of my own museum. So everything starts with the leadership. The leadership can be every staff member can take the leadership, as we heard in the last presentation by Lorraine. I was very happy to hear this, and I totally agree. Everybody in the museum can take up this leadership role. But it's also very important that the museum leadership, the directors and the heads of the museum take this responsibility as well. The other very important field for the museum is engaging our audiences, stakeholders, and community. And then the next criteria are already about how to manage our buildings and territories, and how to actually calculate our environmental footprint and greenhouse gas emissions. This last criteria of calculators was developed a little bit later than the general program was launched. We introduced this calculator only in the beginning of this year. So this is a little bit simpler calculator than maybe the very, very detailed calculators that are also available in Estonia. So it's a little bit modified to be able to be used by also very small museums. But it's not really actually so simple as it maybe sounds. So I think we will continue with training seminars for the use of calculators as well. So it's actually still studied. Well, and now I will go to the experiences of my own museum. So the leadership. What we did, and when I now explain what we did, it's actually all these steps are has been done according to these guidelines of the Green Museum program. We took the questionnaire, what should be done, and if we didn't have these steps done, we did. So what we did. First, we set up the working group for sustainability and environmental care in our museum. It was decided by the director. And the group included all departments. So participants had to be found to this group from all our departments, so that the whole museum was covered. And a responsible person was appointed, which was me in my museum. And then we made a survey among our employees about their values and about their suggestions, and about how they see the situation in our museum in terms of sustainable actions in our museums, and what they suggest that we can improve. As we are natural history museums, our values were expectedly very environmental, I would say. But it was a surprise that actually we got very good and very clear support to this process that we had started. And then we created our development plan of the museum with the objectives of from this field, and we compiled and adopted the action plan, which is done annually. And we also compiled a code of good environmental practice for staff. Now, this is a document which includes very simple principles such as switch off the lights and do not avoid plastic when you wash plastic items, when you bring your lunch to the museum, and so on. We even discussed whether we should write down these very simple ideas. Then we discussed and we decided that yes, it is still a good idea to discuss through and write down even these very simple principles. And we did it. I will not go in details in this, but I just want to remind again that museums working for sustainability has two sides. One is how to operate as museums, and the other is what to communicate to our audiences, what we do in our exhibitions, our educational work, and how we actually communicate about our actions in environmental and sustainability activities. For example, even how we sort our trash. It's a very simple thing, but we can do it in the audience as well, and to show what we are doing. Even these simple things. Well, this is almost the last slide of my presentation. How to proceed? Now we have discussed in our working group for sustainability in ICOM, and we have discussed with some of the people who are of the museums who has achieved this Green Museum label, and we see that the motivation is somehow going down because we have our processes, we have achieved something, but now how to keep the focus? This is one of the very important questions to be solved. And the other is, of course, how to engage new museums and more museums, and how to broaden our scope among the other museums. So we have almost we have reached some point where we need a new start, where we need to stop and think what we have achieved and now what we will do again in the future. And we have decided that we will continue with the training programs. We will, but now not so much about training about the criteria of this program, but with the focus of sharing information, both in Estonia and internationally. And maybe also we will be able to create an award in Estonia for the best practices. This is still just an idea. But the training and sharing of information, we will definitely continue. And the last slide is it's a sentence from the resolution adopted by ICOM in 2019. Museums are trusted source of knowledge. We really have this trust, and we can use this trust, and we need to use this trust. We really can make the difference. These are the words said by Laurent just today in the previous presentation, and I'm happy to repeat it. We have the power, we have the knowledge, we are trusted institutions, and we can make a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Reet, so much. Actually, I was writing down some remarks, and I catched my thought with the same thing, with the same citation that you ended up, that I think natural history museums have the most powerful voice to initiate sustainability. And why? Of course, because these museums are the most trustworthy institutions as all other museums. And about the Green Museum program, I assure you that we will continue with this program, although we have only 7 labels, but we have 170 museums in Estonia, so we have a way to go. Do you have any questions for Reet from the audience? Una, yes. We have to share the microphone. Okay.
I have just a short question. It was very interesting indeed. Thank you so much for the presentation. What was meant by the affordability of the program? Are there any costs for museums when they participate in the label? And I would be also interested if there are museums in our group who own this label already. But it's rather the question to our audience.
Yes, there is a cost, but I would say that it is not too expensive for a small museum that has less than 10,000 visitors in a year. The cost is 200 euros, and for bigger museums who has more than 10,000 visitors, the cost is 400 euros to apply for the certificate. It includes that a person from the program will come to the museum and also actually supports applying and working with this program. But the training seminars have been free.
Thank you, Reet. I'm not sure about your last question. Maybe we have here some museum represented who is in the progress of this Green Museum certificate. Now we will continue. Thank you, Reet. We will continue with our next presentation and with our practical examples. And Karin Vicente will make her next presentation. And Karin is the program manager and curator at the Adamson-Erik Museum of the Art Museum of Estonia. And she was a leader developer of sustainable exhibition model and carbon footprint measuring during 2020 and 2023. And she is the leading promoter also of the concept of museums sustainability in Estonia. So please, Karin, the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you so much for the kind words. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So? Okay, excellent. And I hope you can also see my presentation. It's a real pleasure to be able to join you, despite the fact that I'm not able to come to Kuressaare today. But thanks for inviting me. Hi to my colleagues from Estonia, also from Latvia and Lithuania. It's such a great event, and I'm sorry not to be able to be there, but my colleague Eva Erla is there, so she can fill up later if you have any questions related to what kind of work we've been doing in the museum. Well, but in my next 25 minutes, my plan is to tell about the practical stuff we've been doing at the Estonian Art Museum. And I plan to first go through just a few keywords to map this sustainability work that we've been doing in the last few years. And then I will turn my focus on one specific project, a recent exhibition, Art in the Age of the Anthropocene. And in the end, I still plan to share with you 6 learning moments that I've learned about sustainability work in the museum. So let's go. So first of all, Art Museum of Estonia consists of 5 different museums. Our main building is Kumu Art Museum. I suppose most of you have visited us or any other of the buildings. We have more than 100 workers. We have a vast range of collections from early Middle Ages to the most contemporary Estonian art, very different kinds of materials, and we do lots of exhibitions each year. So we are a very big institution, and in this sense, I guess it's more difficult to make rapid changes in there. But however, in 2021, we started to work more consciously on our sustainability issues. We verbalized our sustainability policy. It's available on our webpage, and we've set focus on 3 topics. So first of all, reducing the environmental impact of our daily activities. Also, we work with community and social responsibility, and we try to maintain sustainable work culture. So these are widely the areas we've been working with. And the Kumu Art Museum was actually the first Estonian museum to apply this Green Museum label or the program. And I guess my experience here also, or I will tell about the experience working among this Green Museum a program which Reet just introduced you. Yes, so indeed. So few keywords, what we've been doing. One of the biggest steps initially was reorganizing the waste management, also in the public area, but also in the offices and at the exhibition installation or the installation where we put here some photos of cool self-made waste sorting stations that my colleagues have invented. Or we've had the training for the staff to remind all the importance and these difficult decisions where you should put which kind of waste. In the last 2 years, we've been working very intensively with accessibility. The last project was at the Niguliste Museum in an old church building where we've adapted different tactile solutions. Also, we have now there several audio descriptions about the artworks, and we made the building more accessible with mobility impairment people as well. Now that also Kumu is also considering to changing its lobby area, and we've had a workshop with the target group people to find out how to improve the accessibility there. So a few other things. We've had different campaigns and trainings for our own staff. For example, a few months ago, we had a training on mental health issues for the colleagues. We've had the campaign to encourage people to take stairs in our museum building instead of using elevators. We've had several workshops for children and adults where we applied sustainable policies and encouraging people to, for example, growing their own herbs on a windowsill. And this has also affected our museum shop, the products we sell there, the souvenirs. And this is one of the loveliest example from the previous times that we've collaborated with Astangu Vocational Rehabilitation Center, and we are now reusing these textile scraps that are left over from different exhibitions to make these shopping bags or other textile souvenirs. And this all this work has had its effect on our programs, including the exhibition programs. So we've had several eco-critical exhibitions in the previous years. I threw out 3 of them here from different museum buildings. But I will set my focus today on the biggest of them all and the most, I guess, influential that took place last year at Kumu Art Museum, and it was called Art in the Age of the Anthropocene. So this was a very long research project that started in the beginning of 2020. And it involved our museum curators, but also colleagues from Tallinn University and the Estonian Art Academy. You can see here on the slide a set of different curators who contributed to this research work. And it was a major research on Estonian art history and visual culture. We looked deeply into our own collections, but also involved many other Estonian museums' collections to look how Estonian nature, how the environment or food production or industry have been depicted on different kinds of visuals, and to tell a new eco-critical narrative on Estonian art history. And there was a second, actually, so there were 3, let's say 3 objectives of this exhibition and research project. So first one was to rethink this art history narrative. The second was a collaboration with contemporary artists. They are also listed here. We commissioned 5 new artworks from these artists that were also exhibited at the exhibition. And actually they were involved from the early beginning of the process. So we had lots of reflection on how contemporary artists see themselves and how do they position themselves in the age of climate crisis, how do they see their practices, which kind of materials they use, and so on. And the third part was the green transition in the museum. So we looked deeply into the way we work, how the value chain in our museum is created, and what kind of changes can we make there to make this more sustainable. And actually, I will go through shortly now through this exhibition, and I will follow these little red flags that we also that was part of the exhibition as well. It was kind of like an intervention to this exhibition as a landscape, and they carried notes on the environmental impact of the exhibition. So they, in a very short form or in a nutshell, they reflected the sustainability work that we've been doing in Kumu and drew attention to both to positive but also negative aspects of our daily work. So it was also self-critical, self-analytical way for us to look into our own work and to communicate this to the audience, to make them think about these issues as well. So one of the questions was how we can increase the sustainable practices and eco-design principle in the exhibition making. And we collaborated with designers and the graphic designer to find or to test different ecological solutions. So Maria Muuk, she's a young Estonian graphic designer who worked with us, and she produced this screen printed clay paint wall texts that were handmade on a waste paper to replace these usual vinyl stickers that we would normally use. So you can see these vinyls on the right, and the outcome of her work. So on this photo, you can also see the scrap paper she used. So it was a leftover from Tallinn print house, and that's herself working here with the texts. So it was totally biodegradable, very ecological solution. It did face, it wasn't perhaps not that easy to read. If you see the detail, it's a bit, the paper is scrappy, but in the context of this exhibition, I think it was amazing solution. She also tested on the posters that we use inside the building. So we reused an old posters. We used the other side. Partially they were printed, partially handmade. Yeah. The second question, so how sustainable are the materials that we use? The exhibition designers, Roland Reema and Laura Lindsay, they are architects, and they were very interested in the paints we use and the wall paint solutions. So they tested 4 different wall paints, and their ecological footprint, price, covering capacities, drying times, and so on and so on, to test if the more ecological paint solutions would be adaptable in an art museum. And you could also see this in the exhibition space itself. They used a very thin layer of paint, and obviously they've turned it a matter of design as well. So you can see the way how it's been painted here, and some parts are really transparent, so you can see the previous layers of exhibition each time. And we got lots of good feedback from the audience, because this was something different, and it's something you wouldn't notice normally, really, like how much paint has been usually used when we make different exhibitions. So there is a question, how can we contribute to the circularity of materials? And one of the success stories definitely from Kumu is that since the opening of the building 17 years ago, we've been using this aluminium modular system to construct these temporary partitions and exhibition furniture. And the cupboard or chipboard, sorry, so it's a chipboard we use can be reused for 4 to 5 different exhibitions. So this is a very good practice, which helps us to take the maximum out of the materials. And other examples about circularity is definitely the inventory. Different pedestals and display domes, they circulate from one exhibition to another year after year. And the other part is frames. In art museum, the issue of frames is very important. We reframe artworks or graphic art or posters in this case. And for example, at this time, we used the frames that we bought in 2012 for a specific exhibition, and they've been being used in several different exhibitions over the past 11 years. Also, at the photo on the right, you can see it's very messy, the background of the artworks, different colors. This is yet another example of reusing the chipboard from different previous exhibitions. A difficult question in our museum is about the HVAC systems, so the humidity, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, which tend to be the biggest impact in the museum, the issue of climate control. We've been now 2 years looking into the possibilities to adapt the BISOT protocol rules, but it's an ongoing work. So far, we still try to maintain this 18 to 22 degrees in the exhibition halls. This is more philosophical question, but something we've been discussing as well. How sustainable is our collection policy? For example, we had a painting in the show that we've owned since 1945, but it was out for the first time in 78 years. So yeah, obviously we're not gonna throw away stuff we don't often display, but it makes you think, how do you, what do we collect and how much can we, how much can we have and maintaining these good conditions. There is the issue of daylight, which we cannot use to save energy. In office buildings, it's not a problem, but in art museum, where the artworks are very sensible to the light, we need to have a special lighting. There is a question, what are the costs of being part of the global art world? It's also something we are facing because it has a very big environmental impact if the artists travel, if the artworks travel. I will come to this shortly. Or the question about digital artworks. They might look more sustainable, maybe because you don't need to maintain them in perfect climate conditions, but there is the resource-intensive part of manufacturing, all the computers and cameras and the maintenance of data centers and server rooms, and all the issue of digital waste. So it's a downside of this digital world. And one of the questions that we asked since the very beginning is, what is the environmental impact, the negative environmental impact that an art exhibition actually has? And we really wanted to measure it. So we decided, and as the only measurable way was calculating the carbon emissions. So we actually built our own carbon calculator. It's public. You can check it out at this kestliknäitus.akm.ee. And unfortunately, it's currently just in Estonian, but with a little help of Google Translate, which you can see in this slide, you can put it in English as well. So the calculator has different aspects of the exhibition making, where you can measure the carbon emissions. We have a nice list of different materials. This was something we were very proud of, to put together different typical materials that we would normally use to make exhibitions. And it's actually very useful to see how these decisions, whether we do something of 16 millimeter reboard or 10 millimeter reboard, like what's the difference, or using different materials. And we also gathered, in collaborations with other Estonian museums, different recommendations that are gathered under the best practices part of the model. They are divided between 10 different topics, where you could find different recommendations how to turn an exhibition more sustainable. So, and here are the results, of the Art of the Age of the Anthropocene exhibition. These are the results we measured. We got together that we've emissioned 25.8 tons of CO2 equivalents. Half of it, like 49%, was travel, so mostly air travel and local travel of people, so business trips. As we also had a few international artists that participated in the show, and almost one third was the impact on energy, so the heating and the HVAC systems of the museum, and the others you can see: materials 9%, printed matter 4%, waste for shipping 2%. So this actually was quite informative to learn about where these emissions actually go, in which parts of the exhibition we can actually in the future save if we want to make a more sustainable exhibition. And all in all, this 25 tons was actually quite shocking when we got the first results. But But I was also trying to find to put it into a context, and found out, like, for example, if 11 people would decide to not to go to Kumu to see our show, but they live in Tallinn and they would go to New York to MoMA Museum to see an art exhibition there. So these 11 people would already cause the same amount of carbon by taking plane to New York and back than this exhibition altogether, where we had 33,000 visitors. So I see that I'm almost running out of time. So the last, there is always this philosophical question. We can measure the negative impact, but how can we measure the positive impact of an art exhibition, right? Because it's something that museums are very good at, as Reet mentioned, and Lorraine as well in the morning, that it's crucial that we engage in the environmental debate and we raise public awareness. So even though it has a certain impact on climate, I believe that the positive impact would measure up. So, and to wrap up, I have 6 learning moments that I also wanted to share with you, which I call conflicting goals, because this is my personal experience that I've noticed while working with the sustainability issues in the museum. So first conflict is circularity versus linearity. So circularity is something we look for. That's the way how to adapt to this climate issues and to you produce less waste. But exhibitions, actually, they tend to have a linear life cycle, not circular. I put here like this perfect circular life cycle of an exhibition, but it's rather difficult to accomplish. Usually with exhibitions, we aim high impact. We want to reach wide audiences. We do exhibitions with a big professionalism, and that's kind of a contrast with or difficult to accomplish while you try to have a very small impact on the environment. It's possible. It's possible, though. There are the issues of eco-design principles, circularity of materials, but this also something that we often discuss with my colleagues, is that we don't have enough storage space to keep all the materials to be used in the future. I will just go through these eco-design principles, the 5 R's you must have heard for sure. So the second issue is time, and the time is the most valuable resource we have. Actually, we need to take time to make changes, and we need to actually take time to discuss and to find the best solutions as well, especially if we think about this structural change of the society and all the degrowth ideas. This takes a lot of time, and time is something we don't have. The climate concern is urgent, and as Lorraine also mentioned previously, like, we need to take action now, and we are kind of late anyways. But big changes in society somehow takes a lot of time, and that's the most valuable thing that we have. And how to have more time, there is this slowing down revenues trade-off. Obviously, slowing down would be one of the key factors in the museum field to make less exhibitions, to make smaller exhibitions, to make local, like only locally exhibitions based on our own collections and so on, to support the idea of degrowth. But there is a trade-off with revenues. And most of the museums, we also depend on the revenues we get from selling the tickets. So it's not something that the directors of the museums would go, yeah, let's do less. We are part of this system, and these are difficult decisions to make. There is a certain caution also involved in these topics, especially when we think about these climate conditions and the peaksid protocol proposals, which we've been working now in our museums, but we haven't yet actually accomplished much, less than just discussing with the possible solutions with my colleagues. Because museums, they have a very low risk tolerance, and it's difficult to decide to change the standards of climate conditions. Even though we have every year more and more research papers being published about how these climate conditions do not affect or might not affect that directly. Like this Lukas Pratas very convincingly showed in NEMO conference some time ago. So I will go through this peaksid protocol. You probably have heard about it. The fifth topic is the sustainability versus higher costs. There is a front loading of costs, backloading of benefits. These structural changes, they need high initial investments, and we are not always certain about the profit or the outcome. So we have to pay a lot of money today to, for example, to invest in upgrading our HVAC systems, but the profit comes in the future. So it's also a difficult decision to make. We had this discussion about buying this vertical wall printing system that costs, I guess, 40,000 euros or so, but it would be a very ecological solutions to make ecological wall text, but it's a huge money which we don't have. And then finally, it's the measuring your emissions version, this carbon tunnel vision. So it's very important to measure your carbon emissions because this makes you understand the environmental impact of different activities. It's about benchmarking. It helps you to set goals to reduce negative impacts. You can demonstrate your commitment to your visitors and stakeholders, but it shouldn't be the only one credit or way to base your decisions, because there are so many more problems and solutions which we should consider. So I would say that making a sustainable art exhibition is a very wicked problem, and we really need adaptive and creative solutions, lots of collaboration across disciplines and between different stakeholders. So there is no one easy solution, but I'm sure during this week in Kuressaare, you will be able to learn from each other and inspire each other to participate in this together. So thank you so much. Sorry, I might have been a bit too long.
Karin, could you please show your previous slide with eco-design?
Ah, right. No, this is my calendar. Eco-design. Now, obviously, I've closed it down, but I will send my slides and share the slides with you.
Yes,
right?
Thank you. Let's do it that way. Then, actually, we are 15 minutes behind our schedule, but it's okay because I want to say a few words. I think Karin is living proof of the idea that every job is a climate job, as Lorraine pointed out. And we are very, very proud of you, Karin, and very grateful for your able leadership. And you can always generate new ideas and new sustainable tricks, so this is amazing. Now, because we are behind our schedule, I will not... okay, we have 2 quick questions. Yeah, okay, from the audience.
Sure.
Hello, Karin. I have 2 questions. So thank you very much for the presentation. The first question would be, do you have a statistic how many people use your calculator, carbon dioxide calculator? Do you know?
Yes. No, unfortunately, I don't have correct statistics. I've got some of the feedback from people from Estonian museum field that they've tested it. Either partially, usually it's partially, not for the whole exhibition, but at our own museum at Kumu, we have decided to measure 1 exhibition each year, so to get the comparison. It's a lot of work to measure, and we don't have enough resources to measure all the exhibitions we make.
And thank you. And the second question would be, will you be staying to the eco-design for the future exhibitions? Because it's always or eco or beautiful. So what is the choice for you? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if it's eco or beautiful. They can be both beautiful and ecological. This exhibition has helped us to see this as well, and we have rearranged some of our working methods inside the exhibition department. So we try to recycle more and reuse materials more and more and throw away less than previously. So this definitely has changed our daily practices, and we try to enforce it with each other project.
Okay, thank you, Karin. And yes, let's make an applause. And now we will jump into Latvian experiences. And next presentation comes from Ieva Liibiete. Ieva is the head of the Riga Stradins University Museum of Anatomy. She holds a medical doctor degree and is an assistant professor at the Riga Stradins University. In her presentation today, she will reflect on the sustainable conservation and restoration of anatomical collections.
Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you for having me here. I hope you can hear me well and see my slides also.
Yes, we can hear you and see your slides.
Okay, so yeah, I have that specific topic today. Maybe not many of you are familiar with such problems. So I'm also not pretending to be any kind of real expert in the field of the conservation and restoration. I don't have such an education. I also have not been trained in the conservation or restoration. I just found myself at one point in my life to be responsible for the historical anatomical collection of Riga Stradins University, and I had to deal with it. So what I can share today is my experience working with that collection for almost 8 years now, and maybe to some of you in the region who are also taking care of similar anatomical, veterinary, maybe natural history collections, my experience could be useful, because I believe that you might have dealt with the similar problems as I was working. So to summarize, what was my journey into the conservation of the historical anatomical collection? So the first and the longest part of my journey was the DIY, like do-it-yourself phase, when we tried to do all the necessary things ourselves in the museum. Then at this moment, we are in the era when we are doing outsourcing of most of the materials. And then for the future, at the end of the my presentation, I will talk what could be more sustainable practices for the future. So about the museum. Now, in this picture, you see how the museum looks like now, but the history dates back like more than 100 years ago. So the museum itself was founded in the 1920s as a teaching collection for the medical students. Then the museum was closed for the reconstruction in 2017 with the aim to build the new public museum. And then we reopened already as a public museum in 2021. So I started to work with the collection in 2017, and my task was to create this new public museum. So this is how museum looked back in 2017, and this is like a short description of the collection that was that I inherited from my previous colleagues. So there were up to 6,000 different museum objects. Half of them were of biological origin, half of them was non-biological. Truth to say, the large part of the collection needed some kind of conservation or even restoration before putting the collection on display in the new museum. So, of course, I started to look for the help. I started to look for the conservators and the restorators who could help me dealing with this collection. So with non-biological part of our collection, this was quite easy. We have good conservators and good restorators that I could find. I could find someone to take care of the glass, someone to take care of the plasters, someone could take care of the paper. But I could even find someone that would take care of our dry skin specimens. I found a person who worked with the laser, so she was very helpful, and she did well with our skin specimens. We did not have much problem with the bone specimens. They needed just a little dusting, and that was all, but we had horrible problems with our vet specimens. So when I wanted to find someone in the area who had experience, I don't know, education or training working with the restoration of the vet specimens, there were literally no one who would have that kind of education and training. This was not something like very specific for the Latvia or the area. This is something that we can see all over the Europe, I would say, because people who work with the natural history collections and anatomy collections, they are usually not trained conservators or restorators. They're usually the professionals in the field. So this could be the anatomists or biologists who just gained this kind of knowledge and practice like kind of through the apprenticeship, like learning from the older colleagues and taking the same practice and working in the same way and teaching that to the future generations. So for our museum, for different reasons, like for the history reasons in general, what was the history of our country, also for the institutional history reasons, we had some kind of succession gap that I could not find anyone who could with a high confidence to tell me what to do with those vet specimens. So the best advice that I was able to have from the people who were close in the field was do the same thing that was done previously, use the same solutions that were used for the preservation of those specimens, do not change anything. So this was a problem because for me, because the original solution where our vet specimens were preserved was the solution of formaldehyde. I hate formaldehyde. It's smelly, it's irritating, it's toxic, it's cancerogenic, it's flammable, it's really bad for health, and it's also really bad for the environment. So I knew for sure that I don't want to work with the formaldehyde. I don't want my colleagues to work with formaldehyde, and I don't want my visitors to be exposed to formaldehyde as much as it is possible to avoid. So I thought that there must be some kind of other way today how to deal with those vet specimens. And as we heard earlier from Lauren Finch in the opening lecture, she said, just ask. There is an answer for all your questions somewhere out there. So what I did, I was really sending a lot of emails across the world asking for the different museums, for the different curators, and how they are dealing with those vet specimens. So the largest experience that I was able to take away were from those 3 museums that you see here. So I received the information from the Motor Museum in Philadelphia, also from 2 European museums, one a Frolic Museum in Amsterdam, and another one was Gordon's Pathology Museum in London. And those curators, they kind of confirmed my suspicion that it is possible to replace the old and toxic formaldehyde for something that is less harmful, for something that is better for health and better for the environment. So they also shared their know-how with me through the emails and also shared their conservation protocols. So mostly the Americans used ethanol to replace formaldehyde for the vet specimens, but European museums used the solution that they called Kaiserling solution. There are different versions of it, but the main substance in it is glycerin, which is literally harmful. You can even drink it if you wish. So it was a much better solution, at least what I thought, for using in the restoration process. So one of those museum curators, Bill Edwards from the Gordon Museum, came also to Riga to give us a workshop in preservation and conservation of fluid preserved specimens. So can I ask you please to put the video on from your side? Is that possible? Okay, I think I'm back. I hope you enjoyed the video. This was great fun for us to learn all the stuff. So here are we, happy museum stuff, also the stuff from the Anatomy Institute next doors. We have one colleague from the Natural History Museum here. So we are standing here with our certificates, very happy and ready to work. So this is what we did. In the future few years, we started to transfer our wet specimens from formaldehyde to this glycerin solution. Until the year 2021, when we needed to open the museum for the visitors, we transferred approximately 1/5 of our wet specimens to the Kaiserling solution, so approximately 200 of specimens. So we had some mistakes, but they were all correctable, and in general, we did quite well. So in 2021, we opened the museum with the specimens that looked decent enough to be put on display for the museum visitors. And now we are receiving almost more than 30,000 visitors per year. We did not restore we did not conserve all of the specimens that are in our collection. So we conserved only those specimens which needed the treatment and which we intended to put on display. So we still have a lot of specimens that need to undergo the proper treatment that we hold in the museum storage space and not in the public display. So this was how we intended to proceed in the future also, until there was a change of the strategy. Because it was kind of an accidental thing that happened to me. I was really accidentally invited to one of the conferences that were so different from all the rest of the conferences that I attended before. So because this was the conference that dealt with the human anatomical preparations, but that was very untypically for our field, organized by the Art Academy. And it was not organized by the historian or social scientist, like an academic in that field. It was not also organized by the anatomists, but it was organized by professionally educated restorator and professionally trained restorator. So this conference was kind of very, so to say, eye-opening for me. So here I'll show you the resume from that conference. So first 2 points that you'll see here would be very typical for the Anatomy Museum conferences. The first would be where all the people who are attending to the conference would just agree that such collections as anatomical, veterinary, zoological, and such, that they are a valuable cultural asset in Europe that deserves the protection. So we would usually, and in that conference also, as usual, we would discuss some ethical guidelines of the storage, presentation, and conservation of human anatomical preparations. But what was more specific there was that they also discussed that the research is needed on the historical manufacturing and conservation techniques on those historical specimens, because it is very important to know that before we imagine like appropriate conservation and restoration protocol for those specimens. Number 4, they talked also about the protection of the visitors and employees from such collections. Because historical, anatomical, and also zoological and natural history preparations could be packed like with a lot of toxic substances, quicksilver, arsenic, and whatnot. So it is really important to know about those things and to also protect ourselves and our visitors from those substances. And eventually, what struck me most, that they were talking about, finally, that the collections requires the specialized stuff. And they also discussed possible ways on how this education of the natural history collection conservators and the restaurators could be organized. So there were one thought about the university education, like a specialization for the conservator restorers. They also discussed of postgraduate studies at the universities, and they also discussed some kind of bachelor degree for the preparators at the universities with the specialization of conservation and restoration. So that really made me think about how can we do like more how can we make our restoration practice like more sustainable. And I met in that conference few of the people who were those educated, academically also trained restorers who were specializing into the natural history collections. So most of them were working really in attached to the institutions, but there was one person who was freelancing. So we were very happy to get to know him. At that point, we also had the project that went together with the finances. So we were able to invite Fabian to Riga last year for a month to work with our collections. And we are having also him this year and hopefully next year coming to Riga. And when we saw how professional he is and how he like how well he works with the specimens, so we felt quite reluctant to go back to the way where we were trying to do similar things without any, so to say, proper education. What we also talked with the Fabian that this is also not really sustainable solution to invite somebody from the Germany to come in to Riga and to work with the specimens. So we talked that probably the most sustainable solution for the future would be to train and also to share the local specialists. The idea was to look for the study programs in Riga that educate the professional conservators and the restorers and to start to talk with them about the possible cooperation. So this is my last slide. I'm telling that I'm happy to say that starting from the next year, we will develop some kind of pilot project in the collaboration of the restoration department of Riga Building College. So the plan for this semester is just to bring in the museum the restoration students and just to show them that such collections as ours, as anatomy collections and also natural history collections, that they exist, that the museum staff have different problems with preserving those specimens, and that they just would know that the professional expertise and the professional help is needed from the restorers. So probably, I don't know, in the next year or in the 2 years, on 5 years, out of those many students that we will take in the museum, 1 or 2 maybe will appear who would feel some kind of interest regarding specializing in the collections such as ours. So thank you for your attention. This is all from me.
Thank you, Eva, for your very extremely specific and very interesting presentation. I think it is the time has come to our museum generation that we have the duty to get rid of the toxic substances in all different kinds of museum objects. As far as I know, from Estonian side, in 1960s, it was very popular to impregnate woolen carpets with glycerin, and now we struggle how to remove it from the textiles. But but this is a very important job. Do we have questions from the audience? No? Okay. Then I thank you, Eva, and all the previous speakers for their engaging presentations. And now it's time to take a break from the brain work and have some lunch to fuel our physical bodies. And let's be back. We will be back on the air at 1 p.m. sharp. So let's try to stick to the schedule. And the lunch is outside, right besides the main entrance. Welcome back, everyone. We had a little trouble, and now we have slight changes in the schedule. So our Latvian colleague can't get the connection, so we will change the presentations. And now I will invite here Mrs. Indre Usuotaide. Yes, and now it's Lithuanian turn, and we will get to hear more about your sustainability project. Indre is an art historian and cultural heritage specialist. She's a lecturer at the Vilnius Academy of Arts and the head of the Museum of Urban Wooden Architectures. And now she will present their fantastic MUVA project.
Thank you. I'm sorry if my voice isn't good today because I have a bit sore throat, but I think somehow we will manage. Hello, my name is Indre Usuotaite. I am the head of the Museum of Urban Wooden Architecture, or MUVA, in Vilnius, Lithuania. And today I'm going to talk more about the project of the museum itself and the sustainability theme that we want to convey to our visitors. So, first of all, what is MUVA? It is a museum house that was built in the late 19th century in the historic suburb of Vilnius. This place used to be wooden, but now not so much anymore. So we are one of the few wooden houses that is left in this area. And also it is an example of restoration and adaptation of urban wooden house. And I'm like museum specialist or professional would say that it is the museum house and it is an artifact of the museum, the main artifact. So why MUVA? Why do we need this museum in Vilnius? It is because even though timber-based architecture is considered to be typical of Lithuania, as in all our region, like Northern and Central and East Europe, but still we don't pay enough attention to its preservation. And to protect heritage in the city, in a big city, it's hard, but it's even harder to preserve little wooden houses. So a little bit more about the project itself. It was made in 2018 and 22. You can easily recognize the term of COVID and all the restrictions, but we did it anyways. This project was financed by the municipality of Vilnius City and the European Union. The house was restored over a period, as I said, of the 3 years by separate teams of woodworkers. So around 70% of original structure and almost 80% of authentic wooden carvings were preserved. The main challenges of this project was to restore the geometry of the house, because the house was tilted, as you can see in the picture on the top of the slide. So we almost fixed it, because now our house is really, you can't find the correct corner in it. So yeah, but we are very proud of this. And also the second challenge was to preserve the original plaster of the walls, because it was badly damaged during the structural work. So even though we say that our restoration was really ethical and really nice, and it's a good example, I should say that we also made some mistakes, and that we began to think about our plaster too late, when the workers was working in the builders were working in the house, so we have to manage all the teams together. So restorers, they were researching and working on these authentic parts in some difficult situations. The extensive restoration efforts were not only about preserving the past, but also about adapting the building for modern use. So we are very proud that we, as a museum, we are the first ones who bring water in this house, because no plumbing system was there. So new heating solutions, because we don't have our original heating system, and we didn't want to put something that will be in contrast to the authentic interior. So we just we were looking for the new solutions. And of course, fire protection and heritage, it's always a problem to think about both of them in one system, because when it's very safe, it's not good for the heritage, because wooden houses, they are always in danger of fire. So the results. In 2023, we are given 3 awards, and we are really happy, because it was the first year that we were working, because our museum was opened in the middle of 2022. So it's our biggest success, and especially the first one, European Heritage and Europa Nostra Award for restoration and adaptive reuse. And it is essential to acknowledge the incredible dedication and the hard work of various specialists who were involved in this 3-year journey. Without their experience and commitment, this project would not be possible. So you can see on the screen a lot of people, and they are not from one area. Professionally, they are politicians, woodworkers, museum professionals, builders, and so on. So we wanted to show how many people is working on one small project to make it successful. And this is our team now. So it's a bit smaller than it used to be. And the question is, what happens to the museum when the majority of the team members leave once the restoration and museum setup is are completed? So we have to look for the resources out of the museum, and so that's why we really need collaborations with universities, with cultural institutions, different memberships. For example, this year we gain trial membership in NEMO, so we are very proud because we are so small, and they are so important. And of course, volunteers and interns who come from different backgrounds and from different fields, and they also are a great help for us. So now I want to talk more about some our projects that I can say that in a way it speaks about sustainability, but more about maybe conservation, preservation and sustainability. So this is from our archives. One of our first project, it was done when the museum itself wasn't open yet. And it is a catalog of windows, frames, and paneling of wooden houses in Žvėrynas, the wooden area in Vilnius. And the main purpose for this publication was to make something very useful, not just to share knowledge or just illustrations, but also to put like scanned elements, and people can reuse them. They can take and use the profiles of window frames and shutters and so on. So they can restore the authentic patterns. And so we really want to inspire them to make their houses to look more like old times, or not to make a big aesthetical contrasts. Really sustainable project, which began as just initiative because of the need. So when we are beginning to work as a museum team, we noticed that a lot of wooden houses were demolished in Vilnius, and all the parts were thrown away. So we gathered them and we talked with the owners and wanted to inspire them to reuse the parts, but if we weren't successful, so we just collected these parts and stored them, and we are planning it to use in our other projects like educations, maybe to make some possibilities to restore and to sell them to people that they can reuse them. So it's just a small initiative, but now it's getting bigger, because one of my colleagues, he attended DOORS, the international project, and with the help of the wider network of colleagues from all around Europe, we created a hub that stores all the information about useful for the wooden house owners. So contacts of the craftsmen, some advices, and of course one day it will be a shop for those wooden elements. Yes, it goes without saying that our exhibition encourages the new wooden architecture, which is made from local materials, more eco-friendly. So even though we are in the old wooden house, our museum is not just for heritage, it's also about promoting the new wooden architecture. And I think that you will be surprised how little we do with wood nowadays. In Lithuania, we have to build more from local materials, and our government tries to do some legislations to encourage this, but we are really slow in this department. So the museum tries to show more examples from all around the world, how it works. For example, Germany, Norway, of course, Japan. So we have like these small structures to show really existing places made from wood. Yes, so we are aiming to be an example of sustainable, environmentally friendly architecture on a human scale. As you can see, we are planning to continue our mission to collect all the elements that are left behind when the house is demolished, or when some citizens wants to change their windows to the new ones. So we take them in, and we try to reuse it. Also, I would say that we did it in our museum, so we have more authentic elements that we had before the restoration, because some of our doors or knobs or some small details are from demolished houses in Vilnius. So we have more values than we had before. So we can be a real example. So what truly sets this project apart is that the museum activities continued the concept of preserving this building, creating a unique culture and social value for our communities. So MUVA is about inviting everyone to pay attention to the wooden architecture of the cities around us. So this is my main message. Thank you for your attention. Maybe you have some questions for me.
If I may, then in our heritage board in Estonia, we have also the slogan that already built heritage is the most sustainable heritage. Yeah, so we share the same idea. So I think you forgot your phone here. Now, has Inga joined us online? Oh, yeah, nice.
Does it work?
Inga is my dear colleague, and Inga is the director of the culture program at Latvian National Commission for UNESCO. She is an art and health collaboration expert and leader of heritage interpretation, culture, and sustainable development in Latvia. She's the head of various sustainability projects at the Latvian Museum Association. So, Inga, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. What an introduction. Yes, greetings to the Baltic Museology School community. I feel still part of it, although the last time, I think it was 2020. So I hope you had a great beginning of the day and great lunch, and I hope to give my piece to your good day with my presentation too. Yeah, I was also very impressed by the previous presentations, and as we see, museums are doing really a lot for the sustainable development, and maybe I would try to offer a slightly different perspective as I'm working for the Latvian National Commission for UNESCO. I would also like to show how UNESCO see the museum sector as very strong supporters and collaborators when it comes to the sustainable development in the conditions and in the context where we see that culture is still very much underrepresented in the Agenda 2030. This is why one of the reasons is why I chose for the title this SDG slogan, "Leave no one behind." But just before we start, where are we with the sustainable development? And when we say sustainable development, we mean, of course, the 17 sustainable development goals. So as the very recent and very sad 2023 report shows, there is now so much progress as we could hope for. And the Secretary General of the United Nations has said that unless we act now, the 2030 Agenda will become an epitaph for a world that might have been. And I think it's a very alarming conclusion. And the achievements so far in the sustainable development show that only with 15% of the goals we are pretty much on track, but the rest is either off track or even stagnation and regression. And again, they call the Agenda 2030 promise in peril, which is a very, again, alarming metaphor. So if we continue in the same way, we will run into extreme poverty, hunger, gender gaps are still so big that we would need 286 years to close them. There are major issues in education. And I think this is very also worth to pay attention to, that in this very short, concise version of the report, there is no climate in the foreground. So the United Nations are trying to also outline that also the social aspects of the sustainable development are threatened. So what can culture do about it? Just as a reminder, UNESCO, as a United Nations organization, has been created not only to work for education and science and culture, but its upper goal, the meta goal, is to support peace. Everything that we do is basically part of the peace building, and the updated version of the mission also includes this notion of sustainable development. So UNESCO commits to support sustainable development in its fields of work, which are education, science, culture, communication, and information. We see that culture is underrepresented in the sustainable development narratives, and this is just an idea what we miss. We miss more visibility of our contribution, more advocacy, which would mean that our countries, our delegates in the New York know about the culture's contribution to sustainable development, can communicate it and can make it be included in the political documents. We need obviously more evidence, data, and we absolutely need to break out of our own silo of culture and reach other sectors and convince other sectors to collaborate more strongly. So what has been done so far? Maybe you've been part of some of those actions. Before the adoption of the Agenda 2030, we had the Culture 2015 goal campaign, which did not succeed, unfortunately, to have a separate goal for culture in the agenda. Now there is a new campaign, and IFLA, a library organization, is one of the leading voices in this campaign. Unfortunately, ICOMOS is not part of it. But nevertheless, there is a lot of space to contribute and to raise awareness about the necessity of a standalone goal. And then in 2022, the UNESCO World Conference on Cultural Policies and Sustainable Development took place. It was entitled Mondial 2022. And the ministers of the states that took part in this conference agreed that we have to join our forces to anchor culture as a global public good and as a specific goal in the next agenda that would come beyond or after 2030. And now the next big event that we are looking forward to is the Summit of the Future that will take place this year in September. And the Pact for the Future is now being edited and reviewed, and in the very first version, culture was very poorly represented, and luckily with more voices coming into play, it is getting better and better. Just recalling what was agreed in the mentioned Museoloogiakool final declaration, those are the dimensions or the aspects of the sustainable development where we can see the impact of culture, including museums. So we are talking here about peace and stability, environmental protection, but not only, we talk also about force for resilience, social inclusion and cohesion, dialogue, solidarity, human-centered development, etc. So we see that it's a lot around social part of the sustainable development that we can contribute to. And then, you might know also that the Culture 2030 Goal campaign have already drafted their own version of the culture goal, and it emphasizes that all the other goals need culture as enabler, as a force that is mobilizing the achievement of sustainable development, because it can't take place without systemic and behavioral changes among people. And here is just one slide from the Pact for the Future as we see it now. In the very, very beginning, it only included something very vague as culture for peace. And now we talk about, again, social cohesion, culture as enabler of sustainable development. And it reminds of the agreement of the ministers of culture that we do need a standalone goal for culture. And when it comes to the museums, I don't have to remind you of the ICOM 2019 resolution during the General Assembly that recognized that museums are perfectly placed to contribute to the sustainable development, and the new museum definition has already been quoted today. So let's see how the museums of Latvia have been trying to contribute to this agenda, but also to have some national and maybe even international impact with it. So these are the major activities by the Latvian Museum Association since 2019, and I will just quickly go through them. So in the very, very beginning, in 2020, after being very, very inspired by the NEMO conference in 2019 dedicated to the SDGs and museums, we organized the very first webinar for Latvian museum professionals with the Dr. Višnja Kisic, who gave a super inspiring half-day webinar actually on equality, diversity and inclusion in museums beyond sustainable development paradigm. And this is a bit an ironic memory. We jumped too far, I could say, for the beginners. We went beyond the sustainable development paradigm straight away. So many of our colleagues were quite confused. So we saw that we actually had to step back and start from the ABC. So we had a slow and very user-friendly 7-webinar series by Henry McGee, museum consultant from the UK, who started with the very basic questions. What is sustainability? What does it mean for museums, and in which museum fields of action it can be practiced? It had a lot of positive feedback. And as a result of that, we invited our colleagues to look at their own work and offer their own case studies that could be then collected in a database that is now available online on the Latvian Museum Association website. It is a database of museum projects linked to specific sustainable development goals and showing their impact related to them. It is opened first as a black and white picture because colorful images are less sustainable. And this is just a reminder that already design and pictures we use even online can be very conscious choices. And we invited also our colleagues to write blogs on sustainable development in their work. So we had articles on sustainability and conservation, sustainability as gender equality in museum work, etc., etc. And those two activities actually served very well for our museum community to really rethink and train and really practice thinking about their own work as part of the bigger agenda, not only listening others giving lectures. Then we also created a Latvian Museum Association podcast And the first series were dedicated to the war in Ukraine, as it was 2022, and was called Museums for Peace. And it also was very encouraging, also having this platform where you can share the perspectives on the ongoing crisis, but also find and look for the ways how you can contribute in your own museum, also including overcoming fear and confusion. Then maybe showing how we went a bit out of our own silos, also nationally. With the help of UNESCO, we started a new initiative on localizing the Sustainable Development Goals through museums and libraries. It began in 2021, and in the beginning, it united the Baltic museums and libraries. Then in 2022, museums and libraries from Moldova and Georgia joined us, and now we have a newcomer to the community, to the partnership, and it is Ukraine, and we are keeping fingers crossed for the third application for the UNESCO participation program funding, and if we get it, then next year we will organize a conference on peace building through museums and libraries. And in this way, we see how museums and libraries can join their forces as two sectors coming together, and also inviting other countries who are facing similar challenges related to sustainable development. And it gives a lot of more courage and expertise when we look for solutions together. And localizing is a very important concept when it comes to sustainable development goals, which are so global and they relate to the issues on the whole planet. But if we don't do the localizing task, we never find out what it means in our local context. What it has given to Latvia in terms of bigger processes. So in 2022, Latvia submitted its implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, VNR, so the Voluntary National Report to the United Nations. And in the very, very beginning, in the first draft of the report, there was no culture, because traditionally culture, as not being included among the 17 goals, was not planned to be also included in the report. But thanks to the databases, thanks to the conference, we could show that there was a lot of activity, a lot of bottom-up initiatives in the sector. So in the end, as a result of I can confess long negotiations, there are several museum and library museum projects included in the report, which was quite surprising for the international community. And in the same year, 2022, when the report was presented in New York at the high-level political forum on sustainable development, Latvia had a chance to organize a side event. And as we had found the culture as a special thing about our report, we decided to organize the event on libraries and museums as safe spaces for dialogue and information literacy. And it really attracted a lot of attention. It was an online event, and we had around 30,000 views, which was really a lot compared also to the other side events. And we can only explain it by the fact that it was so untypical that culture suddenly entered the agenda of this high-level political forum. And finally, just continuing this advocacy work, just a couple of days ago, on 6th of June, my colleagues from Ministry of Culture and State Chancellery were in Brussels, where the European Sustainable Development Conference 2024 took place. And again, they used the opportunity of organizing a side event to talk about culture. And we got very positive feedback from the participants who gathered around this table for several times. So those were several sessions where Latvia again came up with this story about culture and museums being part of the sustainable development in the country. that can also potentially serve as an inspiration and as a case study for other countries. So what I wanted to say with all that is that, of course, thinking sustainably and acting sustainably makes sense in local context. And this is where we achieve results that can be measured, that can be collected, and that really support nature and communities locally. But we can also bring this experience further on and use it to contribute to the bigger processes and bigger ambition. And all of it is just driven by this very strong belief that culture is necessary for sustainable development. And as one of the slogans of the Culture Goal campaign said years ago, there is no sustainable development without culture. And we have to remind of it our colleagues in other sectors constantly. That's it for the moment from my side. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Inga. We are very glad that we have such a decisive ambassador of sustainability at UNESCO, and you spread our activities across borders and contribute to the dissemination of the mindset. Thank you for that work. Do we have questions for Inga from the audience? You can think out loudly. Okay, Inga, thank you. And we will continue with our next speaker.
Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you. And Vikinte Stundide Pierre. She is the head of the Communication and Customer Service Department of Lithuanian Theatre, Music and Cinema Museum. In her presentation, Vikinte will share the experience of building a museum sustainability community.
So thank you very much for the introduction. So again, my name is Vikinte, and I'm working in the communication department. And what I would like to share with you all, just ideas and actions, what we did for building a community for sustainability, and how we came up with this idea. It was the inspiration or the boost was the project via the museums. So shortly I will speak about them, introduce them, this project, also what was success and what was not succeeded in this project as well. And shortly I will just represent what is the situation for today's situation in our museum, just a couple examples. And so for the beginning in 2020 to 21, there was an initiative project via museums, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and Mo Museum. They made a workshop, online workshop that continued for 6 months for all the museum colleagues, professionals from Lithuanian museums. And they invited 16 Lithuanian museums, and one of them was us. And it was the idea that we had a lot of talks and sessions, workshops with various scientists, climate activists, also art historians and museologists. And for the start of the project, as the inspiration was from our private museum, Mo Museum, we already had a good press release. So about that museums are working on this project, and that climate sustainability and how we can change it, it was everywhere spread. And also some interviews in the radios, in the newspapers. So the news was spread already. And during this 6 months, our groups were divided into 4 groups, and the topics about we should speak was recycling, awareness raising, community engagement, and education, of course. So shortly, the 4 results were that a photography gallery in Šiauliai, a national art gallery, made online talk cycle for key that was klimato kaita kalba kūriniais, climate change speaks in artworks. So they attracted a lot of scientists, biologists, art historians to speak about the art which is exhibited and how it shows the climate change and how it's reflecting our life. Of course, as it was the pandemic situation, lots of events went online. And before that, I must say that everything was without funding. So it was everything our own initiative, and all the scientists and everything, they was also very keen on contributing to this topic. The second project was from Žemaičio aukos muziejus, in Kaunas Museum, and in Portfolio Gallery in Biržai. They made screenings about documentaries about movies and speaking with directors, and it's of course related to the green topic. And this was the involvement of the little cities communities, which could come for free, watch the movie, speak with the directors personally, and reflect on their topic with the sustainability. Third group was they wanted to create and to promote the museum workers to create sustainability groups inside the museums. So we had also Mo Museum, our Wooden Architecture Museum, Gargždai Museum, and they all showed guidelines and topics and promoting what is plus, what's the benefits, what's minuses in this having this group. And finally, we come to the online community, which I was a part of it, creating it, so I can speak the mostly. So we created 3 museums, Turtle Museum, Kazys Varnelis Museum, and my museum. We decided that in all the 6 months, we were speaking that it would be nice to have a community for museum workers and cultural workers, to have one place we can all join together and share the ideas. And one of the biggest topics that was everybody speaking that would be so nice to have a place to share exhibition equipment. Why not? We have frames, we have cubes, we have glasses, so let's do it. So everybody was into it, everybody said it's okay. So we had also a communication plan, how we spread the word about the community. And we had, first of all, written the rules, what it will be. So, and the inspiration was, of course, the Poland Museum of History of Polish of Jews, and Ms. Eva Chowicka also guided us on how to do this group. We had an online meeting. She said what for them was helping, what for us. So we made the 4 topics for this community, that to connect people, to share the green ideas, to share information, and of course to share things. So in the communication plan was also, we made a press release, and it was in various, what is interesting that it was in popular newspapers, in cultural newspapers, and even in business newspapers published. And everywhere were inviting people to join and to share our ideas. And as well, we asked our Lithuanian Museum Association to invite and spread the news through their contacts to gather us. So we had a quiet work done. We also planned what we will post. We had what we will share, what about the news, and everything looked fine. We had about 400 people, members in the community. And yes, it's not working. I mean, it's like people saying that it's good, it's nice to have, but it's not working. So, and we were thinking why it's not working, why it's not alive. So a couple of things, what we came into our minds, it was that it was post-pandemic situation, that people had other things on their minds, and plus not changing so often the exhibition, so maybe they don't have so much of the unuseful things they can lend. Also, it was too many people contributing to the community content, so not involving in the community life. As well, maybe from our side, like moderators, we didn't make call to action interactions, maybe not too many online events or something. Surely human resources, 2 of my colleagues left the job from the museums. We left only 2 of us. So this is also too much for us was. And basically what I was thinking that it was a wrong platform chosen. Maybe Facebook was not the platform that is for everybody who would like to use. But nevertheless, although this was very sad that it's not working and maybe not, what we came to my news that in 2022, the exhibition Architect Ieva Šimkonytė, which is actually working on sustainable exhibitions, she's very interested, and Donata Markauskaitė, now she's the head of the Cultural Heritage Protection Department in Vilnius municipality. They made a short survey of national and state museums asking about how they use with the exhibition developments and how they do the, basically what's the trends of them. And they wanted also to do a platform like a Vinted. I don't know if people, you know, for them. Now it's on the pending situation, as I know. But what they came into news that what they from the service that it's already declining number of changing exhibitions, and that it's already going the good practice that already museums are sharing the equipment. And that they use the secondary, use the equipment one more time, the same museums. So basically that the platform didn't work, but the news is there and the people are connecting and they're using this. And as for example, from my museum, I would like to show you also, you can suggest it's sustainable or not because it's using gas for traveling, but we made also in the pandemic time period, we developed an exhibition in a used sea container. And the inside was also installed from all the techniques from the exhibition that we had in our, so we reused it. It traveled 10 cities in 1 year. It traveled to little cities. It's accessible for every person, and it's for free. And there was school children had lessons inside. You can access this with wheelchairs. With doesn't matter. You don't need to climb. Everything you can see from down, from up. So I think it's one of the nice results. And now it's came back to our museum. Also, the other thing what we really strongly do, and this is just the idea, what we can do is we, in our education programs, because we have young people and they really just like the green idea, we're using a lot of materials. So we're doing music instruments from old cartons, and the carton was given by the carton box from the infamous Girteka group. They just, what they throw out, they give to us. I go to local bar, ask for the toppings from the bottles. And we use also the materials we don't use for the exhibition, like the numbers and others to decorate. We use the CDs to do also the cinematic stuff. We buy from second-hand shop clothes, but we say it loudly in the education programs, showing also some little video films, how they're polluting the world. And we doing also in the theater stuff with second-hand shop. We're doing object theater from the objects we find in the class. So we're not buying, and this is how we work with the community. Although in the museum we don't have the strategy yet for the green strategy, but in our minds we already, and step by step we are doing. And by finishing my short speech. I would like to thank everybody, and plus, I would like to invite all the, especially who is working in the buildings museums are in the city centers, to plant for insects-friendly flowers. You can't imagine how many people took a photo of this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vikinde. I'm really totally impressed how museums discover and develop new, fresh ideas out of nothing, basically, and search new ways for recycling. Now, do we have questions from the audience? Okay. One question? Yes. Do you come here? Or?
It will be strange. I'll be talking to microphone and looking to you, basically. The museum that is, it has a history of cinema and theater. Theater and cinema they use a lot of non-recycled materials. I know a few years ago at the Latvian, I think it was Baltic, not Baltic, but Association of Museums, we had a lecture about how to make film, like filmmaking process sustainable. And you could actually see how little the percentage is that you can actually use, reusable cups, and how you organize the whole food and so how that works. So it's very, very, I think, difficult to do. How do you relate to it? Do you work together with theaters and cinema people? Did you talk to them, when you were developing 400 museum workers, thinking about how sustainable, this industry should be, or something like that? Here, I'll give you a microphone.
So, thank you. So, we're not yet talking with the industries. We are talking now what we're doing inside the museum and with museum community. So we're starting step by step by changing the minds of our visitors, and then we go to the industry. But thank you.
Thank you. Any questions popping in mind? More? No? Then we have actually reached to the finish with our museum presentations and the introductions to their activities. And I have few technical announcements to make. We will make a little break to stretch our legs. And after the break, we will hear 2 presentations from the private sector initiatives from Estonia. And after that, I invite all participants to gather for a traditional group photo outside. And after the photo session, you are invited to guided tours in Kuressaare Castle. And finally, 6 p.m. is dinner at the Kuugu Fish Restaurant. It's nearby at the Castle Park. And Marju and Signe will help you with any organizational questions. And now, let's make a little stretch pause.
Maybe if somebody has thoughts about any lectures or anything, it's also possible to share your thoughts here. Does anybody want to say something? No, because the coffee break is behind the door and it's not ready yet. So if you don't want to say in the microphone, maybe you can share with your partner until. Yeah. Okay, we are finished for the moment.
Yes, let's be back at our seats in 14:50. Welcome back, everyone. It's time for our inspirational speeches. I am very, very glad to welcome and introduce our Estonian mother of sustainability fashion design, Miss Reet Aus. Reet Aus is a sustainable fashion designer and ardent visionary who devised industrial upcycling principles that reduce the fashion industry's impact on environment by circulating fabrics leftovers from mass production back into production using the design. She will now give an insight into her sustainable practices. Hi, Reet, do you hear us?
Yes, hello. Yes, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me as well.
Yes, we can.
Very nice. So thank you. Yes, my name is Reet Aus and I'm senior researcher at the Estonian Academy of Arts. And my research area has been, I was just today giving a presentation and then I had to calculate now it's almost 20 years. And it means my favorite topic and has been textile waste. Yeah, basically I have been learning and studying and practicing how we can circulate textile waste back to the production or how we can adapt circular business models into our economical system. And in Estonian Academy of Arts, we have the Sustainable Design and Material Lab. So that's the place where I'm working. Now I try to share my screen. Let's see if I'm successful. Oh yes, can you see my screen? I hope yes.
Yeah, yes, we can.
Great, great. So I will talk shortly today about our latest development, which is actually digital product passport and how it comes together with the UpMed system. Just few words about the UpMed system and research behind it. So my doctoral thesis was about industrial leftovers and how we can use upcycling as a method in the mass production. And then from that research actually grew out the UpMed system. We developed it together with Stockholm Environmental Institute Tallinn office, and my very good colleague many years has been Harri Moora. We have been working on that topic together. I guess a lot of Estonian museum people know him really well because I think he is the one who is helping you to adapt the green principles to the museums as well. And years ago, we had a project together with Kumu, with our students, MA students at EKA and Sei and Harri Moora. But going back to the fashion and textiles, the UpMed system has been really giving possibility for the big factories circulate the leftovers back to the production through design. And one thing what we actually learned during the research many years is that the UpMed system gives us transparency, what we are lacking in that industry. Because UpMed system does like two main things. One is calculates the leftover materials during the production process, and then also calculating environmental impact of the product. And then we have been doing several case studies comparing, for example, upcycled product to the product made from the virgin material, and then comparing which one has the smaller environmental impact. So, and this is where this digital product passport comes in. I don't know how much do you know about our EU regulations, what are coming, but digital product passport is something what is one moment will be actively, like, hopefully implemented in EU, and every product what's put into the market has to have one. Right now, of course, there is like conversation going on what kind of information we should put to that digital product passport. In the beginning, it was very ambitious, and when we understood that we could actually with the UpMate provide quite a lot of verified data, then we started to work with that project as well, just to understand how can we do it. But just to give a little background, so UpMate, as I said, is a method that closes the loop by applying upcycling on an industrial scale, and that helps us to reduce up to 80% textile leftovers. And if you think how big is the textile or the clothing production, and 25 to 40% of all fabric used is stays there as a leftover or becomes waste. Just for example, the one factory we are working with, I will introduce that as well, is one of the biggest factory in Bangladesh. So it's like 40,000 workers, and they produce like around 300 million products a year. So let's say just the fashion industry is really huge, especially when we are talking about the environmental impact, and not only environmental, also social. But yes, UpMate could help us to use up like all this 25 to 40% leftover materials, more or less. We can use them as a input material for the designs. So just few photos that you could kind of understand what we are talking about. This photo is taken some years ago. It's the industrial area in Bangladesh, and this is, you can see here, cutting leftovers. So cutting leftovers are like tiny bits what are coming from the cutting table, and if you can't recycle them, there is no use. Basically, it's very difficult to upcycle as well. And in the mostly in these production areas in the countries like Bangladesh, India, etc., they end up just like this in the streets, in the nature, like everywhere. Where is some space left where to put it. Our latest cooperation has been actually located in Kenya, which is a very interesting place right now, because they used to have very big problem with post-consumer waste, what we are sending there. But now, as this is the last and the cheapest area where production can move, so then Indian and Sri Lankan, etc., like different companies opening up their production facilities as well, and now they are facing also production waste. So it's if you see it from the environmental point of view, it's really toxic, very difficult type of waste, and there is no solutions in these areas what to do with it. The second type of waste is roll-ends, what you can see on the photos. This is basically everything what's left from the big production, and is not usable for the mass production anymore. It's brand new material. It's like it can start with 3 meters, go up to 50 meters. So basically everything what's less than 50 meters is a leftover, and also there's a lot of this kind of textile waste or the roll-ends, like maybe the client cancels the order, and then factory ends up like, I don't know, 80 kilometers of blue fabric nobody actually wants, etc. So there is a lot of it. So basically third type of leftovers, what you can see in that photo is overproduction. It means it's ready-made products, and usually this very shortly, like when H&M, these here, if I remember correctly, they are Zara jeans. Like, let's say Zara orders like 40,000 pair of jeans, and the factory has 2 weeks to make the order. And if they are not in time, then the order will be cancelled. So in the mass production, factory always produces 3 to 5% more items, just to be sure that if there are some rejected items or they have to change, so they can always fulfill the quantity because client really needs the full quantity. So, and that's that type of waste. What they do in that photo is they're cutting out the logos, and they try to sell it in the black market. It's huge black market for the products like this. And if I don't know if you like to visit the second-hand shops or you go to see clothes in the second-hand, you can see new products where the labels are cut out. So then just know that these are actually ready-made goods, quality products, just the leftovers. Just to give you an understanding how big is the waste in that industry. So basically 72% of clothes what we are putting in the markets ends up in the landfills or incinerations. So it's in EU, these numbers are about EU. And then another very big problem we are talking more and more about is microfibers. It's not just the plastic issue, it's also because we are using oil to make fibers, and it's the microfibers. Basically, every time when you wash your item where you have oil-based fibers, you actually give out some microfibers to the water system. And as you hopefully know, these are so tiny particles that most of our water purifying systems are not able to get it out from there, and it ends up in the World Sea. And yes, the predicted consumption of clothing and footwear will increase from 22 million tons to 102 million by 2030. The number is so big, or it's still increasing because of there is more and more people. And I think the last number is quite, if we are thinking about circularity, then it's quite sad to know that in EU we are able to collect only 25% post-consumer waste, and only 1% from that goes to the recycling. So it means there's a lot of work has to be done. If we're talking about Estonia, then in Estonia we are not yet collecting textile waste separately. We have to start doing it from the next year, and then of course we have to. There will be some numbers what has to be circulated as well. So Estonia is in the place where we are trying to figure out what would be the best system for the small country like we are, how to collect it, how to sort it well, and what to do then with the sorted post-consumer waste. Because right now, most of Europe, not only US, Canada, UK, etc., we pack it and we send it to Africa, which is not sustainable at all and has to be finished very soon. And that's exactly where it ends up. This photo is taken some time ago in Kenya, in Nairobi. It's the biggest second-hand market on the Sahara. And here you can see basically every morning, they open at 6 o'clock. You can rent this kind of little booth, or however you say it, and you buy this kind of bales. You never know what's in the bale. There is just written, for example, jeans. In that photo, you can see this guy talking with the phone. Is the businessman there? He has bought 4 bales of denim, and afternoon when he closed his business, we were talking with him, and he didn't earn the money back what he put in the morning, because almost half of the jeans in these bales, they were just trash, so he was not able to sell them. And that's the place where our used clothes end up. And And this is also from the same place, just to show you that yes, Baltic broken fashion jeans pants also end up in the Nairobi. And that's the environment in Nairobi. As the river that goes through the city, and you can see there all of it is just covered with the textile waste. It's basically our used clothes. That's where they end up. And the other place where they end up is Dandora dump site, which is the biggest dump site also in that area in Africa. And of course, it's not safe. It's just they dump everything there. But the textile waste is basically the only type of waste, doesn't have any price. There are a lot of people live in the dump site, and they sort out from even the food waste to sell it to the animals, like the feed animals. But yeah, it's. We spent a few days filming, and it's huge. It's just inside the city, and it's enormous. It's really, really big, and you can imagine the smell what's there. That's the photo I took also from the Dandora landfill. I think that symbolizes really well how our clothes or our accessories travel. This is like Yves Saint Laurent, very beautiful leather shoe, probably from the 60s. And somehow in the year 2022, I found it from Dandora dump site. Quite sure it's not spot in Nairobi, not where in Nairobi, but it has been somehow ended up there. Beautiful piece of design with such a sad ending. But I think it really illustrates very well our world today. So now very fast, a little bit about the digital product passport I was shortly talking about. So this year we developed and designed some items like uniforms for the Estonian Olympic team, and we had different products in there like T-shirts and then denim as well. Denim was material we specifically developed for that event, but I will show you how this digital product passport actually works. And what does it mean? What kind of information it requires? So as I said, we are doing for every, I didn't mention that the part of my research always have been to test all the ideas in the real like business world, in the meaning, if you are a designer and it's very practical discipline, if you are not able to design and produce a product what actually people need or want, then it's just theoretical, and you are not maybe very successful, let's say that way. So that's how I always, very big part of my research has been testing things out in the real world. And that's how a collection called Red House came alive around 12 years ago. And this is one of our oldest products. It's called Arrow Shirt. And we already in the beginning we carried out LCA for the T-shirt, and now we have done like proper LCA again. But so basically, when we are talking about digital product passport, then the main idea is to give as much information as possible, and all the information what you give has to be transparent, and it has to be validated in the way that that you don't manipulate it or you don't do any, let's say, greenwashing. So product information.
Can you hear us? I have, sorry,
yes.
Sorry, I have a little intervention. So could you please share again your slides yourself so we can see you? Now it's okay?
Didn't you see the, but I was actually
yes,
showing...
we saw previous slides, but one moment.
Can you see that one, what I'm... let me see.
Your picture is kind of frozen.
My picture is frozen. Okay, I stop sharing and I start again. Okay. Can you see me now?
1 second.
Can you see me?
No, we can't see you. We only see white screen.
Really? But now...
Yes, but we can hear you very well.
That's really weird, because I can see you and I stopped sharing. And now I even can't... Really weird.
Okay.
What happened then?
1 second.
Okay, what do you see now? White screen?
Do you see our camera picture?
Yes, I do.
Maybe we can click from here and you just tell us when.
Oh, that's great.
Next slide.
Okay. Can you take the next slide, please? Yes, and now if you can click this TPP, then we are going to the place I was actually showing to you previously. It takes us to the... Can you click this TPP? This is active link there. Yes, can somebody please click this TPP, this active link? If you click that, that was the place I lost you somehow, but if you click that, TPP, yes, it's active link, then it takes us to the website I was going to show. But if we can't do that, then let's go back. Otherwise, time is just going. Let's take the previous slide. I can talk about that. Okay, so here you can see I open it. You can see the life cycle assessment, yeah? So if you see then and read, then you can see that basically when we are talking about upcycled product, then compared to the regular T-shirt made from the virgin materials, basically we are using the water is, I think, the most important one, because it's like 99% less water has been used using already existing material, plus energy, CO2 as well. Like if you see 92% less compared to regular T-shirt. So if you see all the numbers, then you really understand that upcycling is very beneficial, especially when we see it from the environmental point of view. And what actually this UpMade system helps us to do is, as I said, to get validated data, what is not manipulated, because it comes directly from the factories. And through the ERP system, we can get the very precise information about how the fabric is made, where the raw material comes, etc. Everything what's needed for the LCA. And if we can take the next slide, please. And next one, yeah. So here you can actually, that's a good exercise. You can take out your mobile phones and scan the QR code. What is there? That's the new product we designed and developed the material together with Peksimco for Estonian Olympic team. This and also we were able to finalize and finish the digital passport with the QR code. So basically, if you scan it, you will go to our website where is all the information about the product and how the fabric is made. It's 100% recycled material. recycling is not so environmentally friendly as upcycling, but it has its own benefits, and it's mostly again relates to water. If you compare it with a cotton, for example, and this denim, what we developed is 100% recycled. As I said, it's kind of really rare. Usually, most of the materials or the fabrics they use, or they put in only like 30% recycled fiber, but this one is made 50% recycled cutting leftovers from the same factory, plus 50% red fibra, which is like cellulose-based recycled fiber coming from Austria. So, and that's the fabric is later on you can recycle it again. But when we are talking about digital product passport and circularity, then it's very important to understand that one thing is that you have to make the product in the using circular design and as transparent as possible, all the supply chain, etc. But you have to always think what happens with the product when your customer doesn't need it anymore. So in our company, or the brand Red House has the service, like trash to trend service, basically we call it, but it's actually repair service that we repair our own stuff for the clients. This is for free, but yeah, we repair other brands as well, but then you have to pay. And if the client doesn't want the product anymore, then we take it back, and it can go to the like pre-loved or second-hand section that people can buy used clothes with a cheaper price, or then we collect them and we send them to the recycling. And that's because of the end of the life is so important for us. Then always we design the products in the way that we know that we can upcycle them, we can reuse them, or we can recycle them. So if you see our products, we don't have any accessories just for the design purpose. They are very simple. They are always monomaterials. When we do recycled, then it's already recycled yarn. We work a lot with Italian yarns, very good quality. They are also 100% recycled. And these recycled products we always produce in Europe. We have a very good partner in Latvia. For the other upcycling partners, we work with Poland, with Turkey, with Kenya, and with Bangladesh. And we always go to the factory, we certify them, that we know that they do it in the way we need them to do the upcycling, and then we get all the information what's needed for us to for the transparency. And can you now please go to the next slide? This is the product here, when you go to the websites, you will see the video. I really recommend, if you have time later on, just see the video how these jeans are made. There is all process of it under this Team Estonia collection under that link. And the next slide, please. And if you want to know more about UpMed system, then you just have to visit upmed.org, or the next slides where you can see our website as well. It's not there, but it's redhouse.com. So I was able to actually finish my talk with 20 minutes. That's very good. If there is any questions, or I don't know how it works, but thank you a lot.
Thank you so much, Reet, for your inspiring presentation. Actually, I was wondering, how do you measure the carbon footprint? Because we discussed, for example, in museum exhibition management or exhibition production, it's quite time-consuming to measure it because we don't have an automated process, I think. How do you do it?
We do it together with, actually this is classical LCA, and it's done using the soft called Cimapro. This is, that's the way how it's done. And we have a research body who is really just focusing to that part. It is quite complicated and it is quite time consuming. I spent 10 days collecting data in Bangladesh, and I can tell you it was not very easy, and it is time consuming to get the right numbers out. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It seems like we don't have any questions from the audience right now. Thank you, Reet.
Thank you.
And now we are heading straight to the airport. Let's see if we can catch Heikki between his connecting flights.
Yeah, hi.
Oh, hello, Heikki. It's very nice. I hope you can hear us.
Yes, I can.
I will give a brief introduction. Heikki Laidmaa is an entrepreneur. He is the founder of the recycling community SmartSwap. He will now share his journey, how to save the planet and to promote the reuse of things. Heikki, the floor is yours.
Perfect, thank you. Maybe we can start with our short video. Is it possible?
One second. Our technical team is trying to figure it out. We will show your video at the end of your presentation.
Okay, good. Let's do it like this. Sorry to everyone that I have no presentation in hand. I've been really busy flying from one place to another and not so environmentally friendly when flying. But in our everyday activities, we are focusing on building this reusing society or reusers platform, and SmartSwap was now established 4 years ago, right before COVID, and first year basically we struggled quite a bit due to the COVID problems, but at the same time we were successful in signing a few big companies from big office or real estate developers to telecom companies. And so it happened that even so, if you go to our website, smartswap.com, it's more like, let's say, consumer-facing or people-facing solution. But on side of SmartSwap, our team, more like personally, have been involved with big companies and trying to help to reduce the waste they generate when they are building something or when they moving offices or refurbishing offices and so on. And SmartSwap has been quite successful in that. We have basically found new users to thousands and thousands of pieces of furniture, starting from like office tables to sofas and couches and all of other things. And one of our first things when we started doing this on organization side, we actually helped the Estonian Maritime Museum also to find users for building leftovers. They were building a new exhibition and there were quite small leftovers. And what happens usually when you sign a constructor, they just put it into the leftovers into the waste. But I've been talking to different real estate developers and construction companies, and they usually have like 10% reserve, or they buy just in case about 10% of too much of everything. And at the end of the day, when the construction is done, then it's usually just put into big waste container and sent to landfill or incineration. But our experience shows that if you have built the proper network, then usually you can find someone who is willing to take it in and use it in their, I don't know, building a cottage or a house or whatever. There are a lot of people doing this and refurbishing like every day of the year. And then you find new users to this kind of leftovers as well. Then the offices side, we had like first big success story was we had an office of 4,000 square meters, and that was for I think for hundreds of people to work in, and they had to reduce the whole office floor down to 400 square meters, and we were able basically to find users to all the equipment, all the furniture and everything in less than a half a day. So why I'm telling is this is that I just want to kind of give this example to express that it's really doable. It takes someone who takes responsibility for the whole thing, but usually it's not too much of a problem wherever you are situated in this small earth, and you can always reduce your footprint doing this kind of things when you are a bigger organization. Now, on a personal level, SmartSwap works like peer-to-peer reusers community. You can upload whatever is unnecessary in your home and give it away to the next user. And at the same time, when you need something and it's available on our platform, then you can order it. It starts from books and clothes, but it's also kind of a small electronics like a water kettle or a small radio and those kind of things. Because if you go to a shop, then those things are usually pretty cheap. I can say from environmental point of view, like unimaginably cheap. And that also means that you cannot sell the stuff when you have purchased something for 15 euros, then it's almost impossible to sell the same thing on a, I don't know, on a WhatsApp marketplace or on a eBay or any other similar platform. You can't even charge 5 euros or 2 euros. And then it makes more sense just to give it away to next user. And doing this, you save natural resources, virgin resources, and you help other people out as well. I hope maybe now you can show my video, and then I'm open to questions, and then we can maybe dig deeper into any specific questions.
Yes, we can show your video. You see
it
yourself, yeah?
Iga saada jäätmejaama. Ringmajanduskeskkond SmartSwap aitab kiiresti ja mugavalt leida asjadele uue elu. Tuhanded SmartSwapi kasutajad, nende hulgas suurpered, koolid, lasteaiad ja ettevõtted on viinud kasutatud asjad uuele ringile. Utiliseerimisest kiirem ja soodsam on SmartSwap.
And there should be another one in English as well, I hope.
Okay, thank you, Heikki. You made it us very clear. How many users you have in the SmartSwap community? Do you measure or?
Yeah, of course, we have 12,500 users on our website basis, and then we have almost 10,000 followers on Facebook.
Okay, good news. And do we have questions from the audience? No. We wish you a pleasant flight, Heikki. And,
yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for your inspirational talk.
Thank you, and have a good day.
Thanks. You.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Well, the time has come to wrap up our day here. I hope you enjoyed attending our conference as much as we enjoyed putting it together. I sincerely thank all the speakers for their fruitful presentations. I thank all online followers. But before we spread out, I wish to say it has truly been an honor to be part of such a significant event, and thank you for making this conference very memorable but also awakening experience. Furthermore, actually I counted all participants, and there were approximately 70 participants today, and I'm definitely positive that such a crowd of people can make an impact. For example, if everyone did one sustainable activity, it would make a total of 25,000 contributions for a greener world in a year. So now go ahead and reflect and change your fresh ideas and enjoy your evening. We will gather for the group photo inside the castle's yard.